Chapter 7:26. After a series of fights, Capys transferred him to the military department as the adjutant. He had taken on a lot of work over the past few years and had lightened the burden on Capys a lot. Ever since he became the acting chief, Alpines had been as steady as usual and had not made any mistakes. Only then did the Devers feel relieved. At this time, the Devers comforted him. "Don't worry, the food problem will be greatly improved soon. The Turiae merchants organized by Sostatus and the Lygia merchants organized by Senator Alcibiades have purchased a large amount of grain from the Yoke Galaxy and Egypt. The grain will arrive soon. In addition, the second batch of grain provided by the Pharaoh of Egypt will also arrive soon. These grains will be used as rations for the military." "That's great." Alpines finally smiled. "What do you think about Rome's attack on the Helniki?" The Devers turned to the Minister of Military Affairs, Helos. Helos, Hieronymus, Felicius, and Alpines looked at each other and said with a serious expression, "Your Majesty," after some discussion, the Ministry of Military Affairs felt that although Rome is our enemy, they have changed the direction of their attack this time. They have shrunk the defense line on the side of the sea and attacked the Helniki inland. This is indeed a good strategy. It has rendered our third fleet useless. At the same time, the Romans also stationed a lot of soldiers in several towns near the sea. This made the allied forces of us and the Wersi not dare to attack them forcefully. That would cause more casualties to the already small number of soldiers in the allied forces. This way, the Rome can attack the weak Helniki with all their strength. Even with the help of the Walsi, we believe that they will not be able to resist the attack of the Rome. Unless the Aquis and the Massi send reinforcements, the Helniki will be in danger. Therefore, Amyntas has written a letter to request for reinforcements. "Your Majesty, we have just signed an alliance agreement with the Helniki," Felicius interrupted. The Devers nodded and stared at the area where the Helniki lived on the map. They did not speak for a while. The others kept quiet and waited for the Devers to make a decision. Just then, Aristyras, the herald, pushed open the door and rushed into the meeting room. "Your Majesty," a report from the Latin region. Devers took a look at the scroll, and his eyelids twitched. He then passed the scroll to Siros. Helos hurriedly took it, and after reading it he was shocked. The Aquis and Maxi organized a coalition of more than 10,000 people to attack the Latin city-state, Boli, in an attempt to attract the Roman army that was attacking Helniki to return. In the end, they were ambushed by more than 20,000 troops of the Roman army that quickly departed from Rome, and suffered a crushing defeat. How did Rome get another 20,000 soldiers? The others were also shocked when they heard that. Aristyras replied calmly, "It's probably the army from the Rome colony city and the Etruscan allies north of the Tiber River." It seems that this time the Rome had planned this. The Devers sighed and said, "Camillus's trick of baiting the enemy is good." The others in the meeting room were all veterans, and they understood what the Devers meant. Camillus had placed the Roman army at the front line and deliberately left the rear undefended. In fact, he had already hidden his army in Rome. The coalition of the Aquis and Maxi did not dare to confront the Roman army head-on, so they used the method of ambushing the rear in an attempt to force the Roman army to return. In the end, they were ambushed by the well-prepared Roman army. After all, Rome was only 50 miles away from Boli. Felicius leaned over the map again and carefully studied it again, his brows furrowed together. "Your Majesty, the Aquis and Maxi have suffered a crushing defeat this time. I'm afraid they will no longer be able to rescue the Hernici. The Rome can rest assured and attack them boldly. Here!" Felicius pointed to the camp of the Roman army and said in a deep voice, there were already more than 40,000 Roman soldiers, and with the addition of more than 20,000 soldiers, the reinforcements of the Hernici and Wolsey are far from being able to resist. I believe that the Romans will soon destroy the Hernici forces and then attack the Wolsey towns in the east or... Felicius drew a long wooden stick on the low ground between Mount Lepani and Mount Ausoni. his face full of worry. Then lead the army west and attack the Wolsey in the coastal plain from the east. At that time, even the First Legion will not be able to stop so many Roman soldiers. If the defenders of the Roman colonial towns in the southwest also attack, I believe that the Wolsey will soon be destroyed and the Rome will completely conquer the Latin region. At this moment, Helos also interrupted. Your Majesty, you asked us to pay attention to Rome before, but to be honest, we did not pay much attention to it. But now, it seems that its military potential is amazing. You see, it attacked the Hernici with more than 40,000 soldiers, and defeated the allied forces of the Aquis and Maxi with more than 20,000 soldiers. It is reported that Antium, Villette, and Saturnicum each have about 10,000 soldiers. This means that it can at least organize a huge army of 100,000 soldiers. Assuming that these troops are not as strong as the Roman army that fought against the First Legion, it will still cause us a lot of trouble. The other officials of the Ministry of Military Affairs also expressed their agreement with Helos. The huge army of Rome is indeed a big problem. The Devers looked around at them and said in a deep voice, "But the biggest problem is their dictator, Camillus. Although Carthage is powerful, their ruler, Hanno, obviously has no experience in war, and he does not understand the meaning of this war. The generals and troops that he sent out are like playing games. But Camillus obviously knows that the war with us is related to the life and death of Rome, so he has used all his strength from the beginning. I have received information that he has even proposed and passed the proposal in the Senate of Rome to distribute the newly conquered land to the landless poor, and to actively absorb the refugees of Latin and Etruria as Rome citizens. In this way, not only will it be possible to alleviate the fierce conflict between the nobles and the civilians in Rome, but the number of Rome soldiers that can be gathered will also increase rapidly. Rome is not creating a big problem for us, but a real threat to our kingdom of Dionia." The words of the Devers made everyone's face turn gloomy. Even Hieronymus, who usually did not like to talk, could not help but scold. This Rome! Not only did they steal our military system, but they also copied our political system from Dionia. Whether Rome's military system was created by itself or learned from Dionia was a topic that the officials of the Ministry of Military Affairs would occasionally talk about when they were free. But at this moment, no one present was in the mood to discuss this issue. Everyone stood next to the three-dimensional map, staring cautiously at the city that was both familiar and strange at the same time on the bank of the middle reaches of the Tiber River. Suddenly, Tormid said, "Your Majesty, I have an idea. If the people of Rome destroy Helniki and attack the towns in the mountains to the east of Wolsey, then their sphere of influence will be bordering the Simonians. Based on the habits of the Simonians, will they live in peace with such a powerful new neighbor? As long as we think of a way, maybe we can make these two forces have a fierce conflict, and then the Simonians can't be that stupid, right?" Felicius questioned. "They have just finished a war with us, and now the people of Rome are fighting a war with us. Don't they know that the enemy of their enemy is their friend? Of course the leaders of the Simonians know, but the warriors and people of the Simonians living on the border of Rome may not necessarily listen to them for the sake of their own interests. Once the conflict gets out of hand, it will not be something that the leaders can control." Tormid argued. As he was speaking, Aristides, who had just left not long ago, entered the conference room again. He said to the Devers in a hurry, "Your Majesty, there is an urgent military report from the Downey region." The Devers opened the report and looked up at the curious eyes of the people. He said slowly, "There is no need to discuss the possible conflict between the Simonians and Rome anymore. This morning, the Simonians invaded our Downey region." "What?" Everyone's expression changed drastically. Helos hurriedly took the report from the Devers' hands, and the few of them rushed to read it. The Simonians have successively raided the cities of Osculum, Vabinum, and Gerunum in the Downey region. Only Gerunum is located at the border of Vrentani, and because the Vrentani have always been on good terms with us, Dionia, they did not take any precautions and were captured. The citizens of the other two cities have repelled the enemy's raid, but they are now surrounded. Your Majesty, the Simonians have declared war on us. Felicius said hoarsely as he read the report. Isn't that great? We don't have to worry about when the Simonians will betray the kingdom every day. Since they are stupid enough to leave the mountains that give us a headache and come to the plains to fight, it will give us a chance to completely eliminate the big problem that is the Simonians. The Dever's calmness was not an act. The attack of the Simonians more than 10 years ago had made him nervous, but the powerful strength of the kingdom of Dionia had given him enough confidence. Even if there was a drought, he was confident that he could completely defeat the evil wolf that was blocking the path of Dionia's expansion in the north. It could even be said that the betrayal of the Simonians was the result of his deliberate manipulation. The relaxed attitude and confident words of the Devers were like a cup of cool water for the people in the room, calming them down. Chapter 7:27. Alpines was the first to agree. Your Majesty is right. At least in the Downey region, our consumption of rations will be minimal. But, Your Majesty, according to the battle report, the number of Samanai attacking our 3 cities is no less than 10,000. Based on this, it is very likely that the Samanai have gathered the people of 4 tribes to attack us. This is not something that Capys 11th Legion can defend against alone. We must send them reinforcements. Helos suggested worriedly. Although the Samanai have a lot of people, most of them are light infantry. They cannot pose a real threat to the 11th Legion in a frontal battle. Hieronymus comforted. Don't be careless against the Samanai, Felix reminded solemnly. The Ministry of Military Affairs has received news that the Helpini tribe once tried to buy armor from our weapons merchants. Although they did not succeed, it also shows that the Helpini leader, Leskok, who has fought with us before, is very clear about the shortcomings of the Samanai warriors and is looking for a change. Once they contact Carthage. When the others heard this, their hearts tightened again. At this time, Devers thought about it and said, The 11th Legion is indeed not enough. How about this? Appoint Alexis as the commander of the eastern part of Dionia. She will be in charge of the 9th Legion, the 10th Legion, the 11th Legion, as well as the 2nd Cavalry Legion and the reserve soldiers of these legions. She will be in charge of the war against the Samanai. However, remind her not to transfer all the troops to the Downey region. She must leave enough troops to guard against some enemies that may exist in the east, as well as some sabotage activities that they carry out to destroy the stability of the Pachetti, Masapi, and Downey regions. Although Alexis and Prososis were both appointed as regional commanders, Alexis could command much more troops than Prososis. The officers of the Ministry of Military Affairs did not express any objections. Alexis was their old comrade, whether it was in terms of experience or battle record. She was incomparable to Prososis. Furthermore, the Downey region was closer to the core of the kingdom. An enemy invasion would have a greater psychological impact on the people. In addition, it was indeed more convenient for logistics. However, the last sentence of Devers shocked them again. Felix asked in a slightly panicked manner, Your Majesty, does the kingdom have a new enemy? The more politically sensitive Helos asked directly, Your Majesty, does this enemy refer to Sparta? As soon as the word Sparta came out, the faces of Felix, Hieronymus, and Tormid all changed. But the Devers still looked calm. Instead, he looked at them and said half-jokingly and half-discontentedly, You are all veterans who have defeated countless strong enemies with me. Why are you all so afraid when you hear that the enemy is Sparta? Your Majesty, we are not afraid. We are just a little surprised, Felix hurriedly explained. What's there to be surprised about? The Devers said in a slightly reprimanding tone, We all know very well that Sparta was forced to sign a friendly agreement with us back then. With the overbearing nature of the people of Sparta, how could they allow other forces to share the hegemony of Greece with them? I'm afraid that they have already secretly regarded Dionia as their enemy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken in some of the fugitives from Masapi and Pachetti. This time, we, Dionia, are at war with several forces. I'm afraid that Sparta will think that their opportunity has come. The Ministry of Military Affairs is not an ordinary kingdom's institution. It has to command the entire kingdom's army to deal with the threats that the kingdom faces now and in the future. Therefore, as senior officials of this department, you have to stand on a higher level and analyze the various countries and forces in the Mediterranean Sea. Not only do you have to deal with the present, but you also have to predict and prepare for the future. The words of the Devers were a little tactful, but it made the people present feel ashamed. For a moment, the hall was a little silent. The Devers threw out a timely topic. If Sparta wants to intervene in this war, what will they do? And how should we deal with it? Go back and think about it carefully, then write a plan for me. Yes, Your Majesty. The 5 people said goodbye and left. The Devers walked in front of the map and pressed the icon of Rome with his hand. He looked at the Helniki region, where the army might have gathered, and then moved his eyes to the towns that had just become the colony of Rome in the southwest of the Latin region. Finally, his eyes returned to the city of Rome. He pondered for a long time, and a bold plan was brewing in his mind. The news of the Samni invading the Darnay region quickly spread throughout Turia. The people did not show much panic. After all, the thrilling war in southern Italy had happened more than 10 years ago, and the Samni people were defeated by the Dionysian army. They firmly believed that the brave and large army was enough to repel the invading enemy, so the pace of life of the people was still the same as usual. The merchants, on the other hand, smelled a business opportunity. Whether it was the purchase of war materials, transportation, weapon maintenance, or even the sale of spoils of war and captives, there was a lot of profit to be made. However, in an emergency Senate meeting, the senators from the Darnay region urgently requested that the king of the Devers immediately take military action to save the people of Darnay who were suffering from the war. Not only must they repel the Samni people who tore up the alliance and brazenly invaded, but they must also teach them a terrible lesson. The proposal of the Darnay senator was supported by Senator Pchetti and Senator Cullum of Galagusso. After all, the city of Galagusso was located in the mountains to the north, adjacent to the Samni people. The same was true for Pchetti. The city of Verosa in the north had been invaded by the Samni people several times in the past, and was even captured once. In fact, the Devers were very happy to see such a situation happen. A strong foreign enemy would force these newly attached regions to unite against a common enemy, so that some of the conflicts between them could be resolved more quickly and the speed of integration would be faster. The Devers announced the news that the Ministry of Military Affairs has appointed Alexis as the commander of the Eastern region. She will be in charge of commanding the 9th, 10th, and 11th legions, as well as the 2nd Cavalry Legion to encircle the Samni people. This was because, in the hearts of many of the senators, Alexis was a famous general in Dionia, second only to the Devers. Moreover, the Darnay region was originally conquered by him, so he should be more familiar with the situation there. After calming the emotions of the senators, the Devers proposed that the Licinian governor, Antonio, be appointed as the wartime governor of the Darnay region. He would be in charge of all the towns in the Darnay region and assist Alexis in dealing with the invasion of the Samni people. Regarding this, there was not much of an objection from the Devers. Although Antonio had been neglected a few years ago because of the Laodigian incident, he had performed well in the past 2 years after he became the governor of Lusnia. Lusnia was once the central town of the Darnay people, and under his management, it had always been harmonious. Moreover, he was also the hero who conquered the eastern part of Sicily in the southern Italian War. It could be said that he had a strong alliance with Alexis, which made the senators even more confident in defeating the Samni people. In addition, Antarcticus proposed that they should send an envoy to the Flentani region to inquire about their views on the Samni people's invasion of Dionia. This way, they could judge their stance and decide whether the kingdom should treat them as enemies or not. After all, from the current situation of the war, the town of Gorum near the border of Flentani was attacked by the Samni people and fell. It would have been impossible without the cooperation of Flentani. Furthermore, Antarcticus also proposed that they should send the Fourth Fleet to strengthen the patrols along the coast of Flinteni. As long as they discovered any abnormal ships docking at the ports of any town in Flinteni, they should immediately sink them. This was actually because they were worried that the people of Carthage would transport war resources, such as armor and food, to the Samni people who did not have ports. Their proposals were all approved. Compared to the Carthage army that landed in Sicily, facing the invasion of the Samni people, the reaction of the elders was more intense. Moreover, their opinions were unanimous, and they were full of fighting spirit. This might be because the Daranè region was too close to Turiai, and it would be easy for the war to spread to other regions around it. Unlike Sicily, which was far to the south and separated by the strait, although Carthage's national strength was stronger, the army was still slowly marching outside the territory of the Kingdom of Dionia from the declaration of war until now. The long preparation time had already dissipated the excessive worry of the elders. Of course, at the same time, this also had something to do with the Laodicean case that caused many Sicilian elders to fall from power, resulting in there being not many Sicilian elders left in the Senate. At night, the moonlight poured into Christoia's bedroom through the wooden window like water. The Devers had been busy all day and only returned home in the evening. They hurriedly ate dinner, washed up, and entered Christoia's bedroom. They fell onto the soft bed and did not want to move. Christoia, who had lived with the Devers for nearly 20 years, knew that it was the incident of the Samni people invading the Daranè region that caused her husband to be so tired today. She was already used to it, so that she could let her husband have a good sleep as usual so that he could recover his energy and better face the heavy tasks of the kingdom in the future. But today, she had to shake the sleepy Devers awake. "Your Majesty, don't sleep yet. There's something I need you to make a decision on. It's already so late. What else do you need to do?" The Devers opened his eyes in a daze, and he looked a little upset. In the eyes of outsiders, the King of Devers was a serious person. In fact, he rarely got angry at home. This kind of mood was already the worst performance. Chapter 7:28. She pretended to be aggrieved and said, "I know you've been busy with the affairs of the kingdom all day and are tired, but there's no other way. But there's no other way because, as the head of the family, you have to make the decisions for the big things that happen in the family." "What's going on?" Devers was at a loss. Usually, Christoia took care of everything in the family, and he rarely asked about it. "Your son, Adoris, he's already 21, and someone has come to propose marriage," Christoia said seriously. "Propose marriage? Adoris is still very young." Devers didn't think much of it, but when he saw Christoia's serious expression, he suddenly realized something and asked, "Who's proposing marriage?" Alcibiades asked for his daughter's hand in marriage. He told Agnes about it, but Agnes asked for my opinion. Christoia said calmly. However, Devers was no longer sleepy and thought about it seriously. He then said, "Agnes still respects you as a sister." "Of course I know that. I've always treated Agnes as my own sister. There's nothing wrong with us sisters. But I'm afraid that some outsiders will think too much," Christoia reminded. Devers sighed, feeling a headache coming on. He would rather face an army than deal with these trivial family matters, but he knew that if he didn't handle it well, it might affect the harmony of the family. He thought about it and said, "I'm afraid it won't be good to directly reject Alcibiades. After all, he played an important role in allowing Lygium to completely merge with the kingdom. He also organized the Lygium merchants to buy food for the kingdom in Yoke Galaxy, and he's also a relative of our family. How about this? Tell Adoris and see if he's willing. After all, he's only my adopted son, and even his name has been changed. If he doesn't agree, I can't force him to marry me, right? At the very least, letting them meet could be considered as a response to Alcibiades' request. I wonder if Alcibiades can adapt to the marriage customs of the Kingdom of Dionia? The traditional marriage customs of Greece do not allow the man to see the woman before marriage, but Dionia is much more open. Not only do they have the practice of blind dates, but most of the children of the citizens of the same town go to the same school since childhood. Although the boys and girls are in different classes, they see each other every day. There are many couples who get married because of this. At this point, Devers asked, "Have you seen Alcibiades, daughter?" "Agnes brought her here for me to meet. She's a beautiful lady and seems to have received traditional noble education. She's very polite," Christonia emphasized. "With Adoris's temperament, I'm afraid he won't like traditional Greek girls," Devers muttered. "But what if he falls in love?" Christonia was still a little worried. After all, there was a gem like Agnes, and that girl did not seem to be too bad. Devers was stunned and said hesitantly, "If that's the case, there's no other way. You can't go back on your word. Why don't we arrange a few more blind dates for Adoris? Actually, Alcibiades isn't the only one who has come to propose marriage. Myron's wife, Strompoli's wife, Buccos's wife. They've all mentioned it at the gathering. If Adoris still chooses Alcibiades' daughter, it means that this is indeed a marriage bestowed by Hera. And we should also give our blessings," Christonia suggested. Devers knew that the gathering Christonia was talking about was a small banquet she had organized in the mansion a few years ago. At first, the participants were only Andrea, Asuna, and occasionally Agnes. As time went on, it became bigger and bigger. At its peak, there were nearly 50 participants, most of whom were the wives of the elders. It was also nicknamed the Madam Senate by the meddlesome tourists, as it did not hinder the Deverses' administration, and on the contrary, it gave them another channel to understand the thoughts and movements of the elders. Sometimes Christonia could even help them resolve family disputes, so the Devers did not stop it. Instead, to avoid arousing suspicion, they built a banquet hall next to the mansion for their gatherings. At the same time, they sent guards to guard it and did not allow men to enter. At this moment, the Devers said rather proudly, "Even if Adoris is an adopted son, he's still my adopted son. It's impossible for him not to be welcomed. With so many good girls for him to choose from, I believe he'll find a good wife. I reckon that when it's Clotho's turn, the door of my house will probably be broken by matchmakers. You want Clotho to go on a blind date as well." Christonia looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. "It's just a joke," the Devers hurriedly said with a straight face. "Clotho is different from Adoris. His marriage cannot be decided by himself. It must be beneficial to the rule of our family and the stability of the kingdom." Christonia was not angry at the Devers for not giving Clotho Catax the freedom to marry. Instead, she smiled like a flower. She knew that the Devers' words meant that he had always regarded his eldest son as his heir. Christonia stretched out her snow-white and slender hands and took the initiative to massage the Devers' body. After being woken up, the Devers couldn't sleep anymore. He squinted his eyes and enjoyed his wife's gentle service. He murmured to himself, "It's about time to find a wife for Adoris. Let him settle down as soon as possible. Otherwise, he'll be yelling about going to the Latin region to fight every day." "You're not going to send him to the battlefield again?" Christonia asked casually. "That's impossible. When it's time to send the 2nd Division to fight, of course he'll go. Otherwise, what will the other soldiers think?" The Devers said without hesitation, "What about Clotho? He's not even 19 yet. He's still a reserve soldier." Christonia asked casually, "Of course he'll go to dash." As soon as the Devers finished the sentence, the hands that were massaging his body immediately stopped moving. He turned to look at the worried Christonia, who was about to say something. "He's just following me. He's already an adult. It's time for him to understand what a real war is like. In this era, it's very difficult to become a good king if you don't understand military affairs and war. Hey, don't stop. The left side of my back is a little sore. Give me a good massage." Christonia let go of her worry and smiled as she continued to massage her husband. "Are you going to the battlefield again this time?" "I haven't decided yet. It depends on how the war develops." The Devers closed his eyes slightly and said faintly, He was immersed in his thoughts again. After so many years, Christonia had gotten used to her husband's victory after victory, so she wasn't worried about his safety. "Your Majesty, are you still awake?" Christonia asked softly after a while. The Devers responded, "I want to start a new business. Can you give me some advice on what to do?" The Devers was stunned. He turned to look at Christonia, who was bending over and massaging his back. He asked in confusion, "What's the problem?" "The kingdom's business is becoming more and more prosperous, and there are more and more merchants. Whether it's restaurants, school supplies, or ball games, there are many new shops and restaurants competing with us. Although, according to what you said, the commercial products we've established, the brand is already well known and loved by the people of the kingdom. But our income has been slowly declining for the past 2 years. We need a new business to quickly increase our profits." Christonia complained to the Devers, "Don't you still have a monopoly on the deposits and loans of the entire kingdom?" The Devers said disapprovingly, "Just one bank isn't enough. We have so many children, we need to prepare more for them in the future." Christonia said resolutely. In reality, this was an idea she'd come up with on the spur of the moment. She'd been stimulated by what the Devers had said about Agnes's brother, Alcibiades, organizing the merchants of Ligem to buy food. She needed to be richer and have more influence in the kingdom's business. Christonia's words of concern for the children's future had moved the Devers. At the same time, the drought had made him feel that he was in a financial predicament. Opening up a new source of income for Christonia would naturally lead to a new business for the kingdom. He searched his mind for ideas from his previous life that would be suitable for the kingdom's trade, but his eyes couldn't help but be attracted to the 2 snow-white lumps of Christonia's loose nightgown as she bent over him. They swayed like water droplets as she moved her delicate body. A thought flashed through his mind, and he blurted out, "Christonia, you can make women's underwear." "Underwear?" Christonia muttered the new word that the Devers had come up with. She said with slight disappointment, "You mean the underwear? We make them at home and wear them ourselves. No one will buy them from the market." "No, I'm not talking about the underwear." The Devers shook his head. "Do you still remember that you wear Aphrodite's brassiere when you get married? I didn't wear it when I married you." Christonia didn't forget to grumble coquettishly at this time. The Devers didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "This underwear is somewhat similar to brassiere, but it's more complicated to make than brassiere. It's more comfortable to wear, and it accentuates the beauty of a woman's figure, increasing the temptation for men." Christonia immediately became interested and asked, "What does this underwear look like?" The Devers wanted to describe it, but didn't know where to start. He simply let Christonia lie down and took off her light nightgown. Chapter 729. Christonia was almost 40 years old. As a mother of 3 children, her skin was not as tight and elastic as it was when she was young, but it was still white and smooth, and her figure was well maintained. Devers could even smell the faint rose fragrance coming from her body. He knew that Christonia had been learning from the Egyptians over the past few years. Every time she took a bath, she would mix a little milk in the hot water, sprinkle rose petals, and stir before using it. It seemed that the effect was obvious now. First of all, let me talk about the bra." Devers swallowed his saliva, stretched out his hands, and formed a bowl shape, gently covering Christonia's full and soft breasts. "First of all, according to the size of each woman's breasts, make a cloth cover in the shape of my hand. Then connect it with thin strips of cloth, extend to the armpits and shoulders. Then fasten it on the back with thin buckles," Devers said as he gently stroked Christonia's skin with his fingers. Although the tickling sensation made Christonia smile, she tried her best to focus on listening to Roland. Devers was also controlling the slowly rising desire in his heart. He swallowed again and reached his hand between Christonia's legs. Christonia could not help but tremble, but she heard Devers say softly, "And the bra?" Devers's fingers moved from the front to the bottom, drawing the shape of the underwear in this mysterious forbidden area. Kristoya's eyes shone with shrewdness, temporarily forgetting the burning desire in her body. She said excitedly, "This is really a gift from Aphrodite to us women. I can't wait to make them and promote them to my friends at my party. I believe that they will soon become popular in the kingdom." Devers praised Kristoya in his heart. After years of honing, Kristoya's business sense was very keen. These noble women in the kingdom could easily become the standard of fashion. He added, "You can try to modify the shape, color, and material of these underwear to meet the needs of different people. I'll let people try it slowly. Your Majesty, I want to be the first one to wear it when it's ready." Kristoya's cheeks were flushed. Devers stared at her slim and delicate body and imagined the beautiful scene of her wearing underwear. His heart was filled with lust. Just as he was about to press down on his wife, Kristoya stretched out her jade-like arms and pressed him down on the bed. She whispered into his ear, "Your Majesty, you've given me such a good idea. I'll serve you well tonight." After Alexis received the Devers appointment and the Devers instructions and reminders, she hurriedly went to the Ministry of Military Affairs and once again chose Mathesius as her adjutant. As he was in a hurry, he did not go home to say goodbye, nor did any of his colleagues come to see him off. Only his son-in-law, Stephos, heard the news and hurried to the quay of the port of Thurii to see him off. But he had already boarded a fast ship bound for the port of Tarentum. More than an hour later, the fast ship docked at the military port of Tarentum. This military port, where the main force of the First Fleet of Dionia was stationed, was usually very lively. It was completely a prosperous small city, but the start of the Sicilian War caused the fleet to leave, so it became a little deserted. Alexis was not in the mood to pay attention to this. With the warrant from the Ministry of Military Affairs, he exchanged for 2 war horses in the military port, then galloped east with Mathesius in the direction of Brindisi. Their destination was the station of the 4th Cavalry Regiment. As the soldiers of the 4th Cavalry Regiment were from the Pichetti and Messapi, the barracks of the 4th Cavalry Regiment were set up in Brindisi, which was located between these 2 regions. This was also to make it convenient for the soldiers to come and train. At the same time, the stationing of the 4th Cavalry Regiment was beneficial to the defense of Brindisi. In the afternoon, Alexis arrived at Brindisi. Brindisi was the only town in the Kingdom of Dionia that was designated as a military port, which meant that the entire city was built around the military port. The people in the city were mainly sailors and their families of the 4th Fleet, with a small number of soldiers and their families of the 4th Cavalry Regiment. Of course, it also had a governor, but this governor was not a senator, but a middle-level administrator appointed by the Senate. When there were some important or thorny problems in the city, the governor had to discuss with the commander of the 4th Fleet and the commander of the 4th Cavalry Regiment to solve them. The port of Brindisi was an excellent deep-water port, and the area of the port was vast, able to accommodate thousands of ships at the same time. The Devers actually had their own strategic considerations in assigning it to the military, but now that the strategic center of the kingdom was in the north and south, the port of Brindisi did not receive much support from the kingdom. So the 4th Fleet was also the weakest of the 4 major fleets of Dionia. There were only 60 3-oared warships, and the total number of warships in the Adriatic Sea was only 100. Their main task was to patrol the Adriatic Sea every day, mainly to fight against pirates. But although the military port of Brindisi was small, it had everything. Alexis went straight to the station of the 4th Cavalry Regiment. In the commander's residence, he saw the commander of the 4th Cavalry Regiment, Plegulus, and the commander of the 4th Fleet, Miltiades, who had heard the news and rushed over. Before Alexis arrived, the Ministry of Military Affairs had already sent messengers to quickly inform the commanders and fleet commanders in the east of the kingdom of Alexis' appointment. So when the 2 saw Alexis, they were very respectful. "Commander Alexis." The commander of the 4th Fleet, Miltiades, and the commander of the 4th Cavalry Regiment, Plegulus, Both stood up and saluted him. After Alexis returned the salute, he did not beat around the bush and said directly, "Commander Plegulus, the military situation is urgent. Has your cavalry regiment assembled?" Plegulus' original name was Plegulus, and he was a Messapi. 10 years ago, during the decisive battle between the Devers and the Messapi alliance, he had led the Messapi cavalry to create a lot of trouble for the Dionysian army. After the Messapi region was conquered, and when the 4th Cavalry Regiment was formed, he was the first to lead his people to respond to the conscription. Because of his reputation, the Pacheti and Messapi people enthusiastically signed up. Soon, the cavalry regiment was filled to the brim, and there was still a lot of surplus, so it attracted the attention of the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Devers. As a result, Plegulus, a foreigner who had just joined the Dionysian army and put on the uniform of the Legion of Dionysia, was appointed as the commander of the 4th Cavalry Regiment. A few years later, he took over the position of commander of the 4th Cavalry Regiment. The speed of his promotion was unprecedented in the Dionia army. On one hand, because the 4th Cavalry Regiment was made up of Messapi and Pacheti people, it was more convenient to have a Messapi as the commander. On the other hand, he was also a role model for the Messapi and Pacheti people in the Dionysian army, showing that the kingdom of Dionia treated all races as equal. The Devers personally announced the appointment to Plegulus, and they treated him with great hospitality in the palace. They had high expectations of him. Plegulus did not disappoint the Devers. Not long after returning to Brindisi, he changed his name to Plegulus, which was similar to a Greek name, to show his loyalty to the kingdom. "They have already been assembled, waiting for your order," Plegulus replied confidently. As soon as the Samni people invaded, he received the news. Because in the previous plan of the Ministry of Military Affairs, the 10th Cavalry Regiment and the 4th Cavalry Regiment stationed in the Pacheti region had the task of defending the Downey region. He immediately began to gather the cavalry under his command. "Very good," Alexis praised, and then gave an order. "Legion Commander Plegulus, immediately gather your cavalry and prepare to head north. Also, send your cavalry guards to deliver this order to the Udir barracks and hand it over to Legion Commander Tegtilos." As she spoke, Alexis handed over the paper order she had written before they set off to Plegulus. The content of this paper order was for Tegetilos to gather the 9th Legion and head north. At the same time, he was to gather his reserve soldiers and station them in the barracks to ensure the safety of the Messapi region. Before Plegulus left the hall, Miltiades asked impatiently, "Commander, what is the mission of the 4th Fleet?" 2 years ago, when Alexis led the army to attack Downey, he had close cooperation with the 4th Fleet. He had a good relationship with Miltiades, so he smiled and said, "The war has just begun. You don't have to be so anxious." "How can I not be anxious? The 1st and 2nd Fleets are fighting with Carthage's people in the south, and the 3rd Fleet is assisting the 1st Legion in the north. We, Legio IV, cannot be idle and be a spectator," Miltiades said anxiously. "This time it's impossible for the 4th Fleet to be a spectator," Alexis said with a smile, and handed him an order from the Ministry of Military Affairs. Miltiades took a look and was surprised. "The Ministry of Military Affairs wants us, the 4th Fleet, to patrol the entire coastline from Messapi to Forentani, intercept any suspicious ships, and, if necessary, sink them. I originally thought that the 4th Fleet would only be responsible for transporting supplies and troops and protecting the coast of the Downey region. I didn't expect that the Ministry of Military Affairs would let the 4th Fleet control such a long coastline. Isn't this what you hoped for? Samni is not the only enemy in Dionia. I took the 9th and 10th Legions with me, and the Messapi and Pacheti regions are empty. I will have to rely on your 4th Fleet to ensure the safety of the sea behind me," Alexis said solemnly. Chapter 730. Miltiades was deep in thought after hearing this. "One more thing. You'd better arrange a few fast ships at the port of Cypentum. If I need the 4th Fleet's assistance, I'll be able to notify you immediately." After hearing this, Miltiades shouted in dissatisfaction, "Our Fourth Fleet only has 100 warships. To patrol such a long coastline, stop any hostile forces from attacking from the sea, and help you in battle, my warships and sailors are completely insufficient. If the Fourth Fleet performs well in this war, I think the Ministry of Military Affairs will definitely consider increasing the size of the Fourth Fleet." Alexis could only encourage him in this way. Pruglis quickly assembled the 4th Cavalry Legion. Alexis immediately led the 2,000 cavalrymen out of Brindisi and quickly headed north into the Pacheti region. In the evening, they finally arrived at the military camp near Sylvestre City. When the commander of Legio IV, Melisande, personally welcomed Alexis into the military camp, Alexis, who had been running around for a day without rest, was so tired that he was staggering. After all, he was over 50 years old and did not have the exuberant energy of a young man. However, he still asked with concern, "Has the 10th Legion been assembled?" "Our brothers are all in the military camp." The youngest commander said in a loud voice, "We're just waiting for the commander's order, and we'll immediately rush to the battlefield. Arrange the accommodation for the cavalry legion, and also arrange a place for me to sleep. Let me have a good sleep." Drowsiness overwhelmed her, and Alexis couldn't help but yawn. "Tomorrow, early in the morning, we'll leave." The surrounding soldiers who heard this were all excited. Early in the morning the next day, the camp's bugle sounded. The soldiers of the 10th Legion and the 4th Cavalry Legion did not wrap up their armor and weapons and carry them on their shoulders. Instead, they hurriedly put them on, walked out of the barracks, and rushed to the field. In the camp's conference room, Alexis, Melisande, and Pruglis urgently held a short military meeting. "What's the situation like in the Downey area?" Alexis asked. As the commander of the 10th Legion that was close to Downey, Melisande naturally knew the most about the situation. "According to the report from yesterday's scouts, the Samnian army is still surrounding Ascurum and Vibenrum," he replied immediately. "The enemy occupying Gruum has not left, but a small number of Samnian soldiers have rushed into the hinterland of Downey to loot." Melisande's eyes widened. In fact, it had only been 2 days since the Samiad invaded. It was impossible for the Samiad to attack a new target so quickly. Alexis then asked, "Where is the 11th Corps?" "He's still guarding the barracks," Melisande replied. When they conquered the Downey area 2 years ago, Alexis was already familiar with the terrain there. The central city of Downey, Lusnia, was not located in the center of the Downey area. Instead, it was more to the northwest, closer to the Samni Mountains. Moreover, there were no large cities to the west that acted as barriers. If the Samnian attacked from the mountains, they could reach the city in half a day if they were fast enough. Therefore, after the Downey area was conquered and Antonios became the chief administrator of Lusnia, this chief administrator wrote a letter to the Devers, suggesting that the barracks of the Downey area should be set up on the west side of Lusnia as a fortress to protect the safety of the city. This suggestion was approved by the Devers. Therefore, with Ascurum, Vibenrum, and Gruum under attack, and Lusnia possibly under attack from 3 sides, it was the safest way to station the new 11th Corps in the barracks and wait for reinforcements. Alexis pondered for a while and made a decision. The 10th Legion and the 4th Cavalry Legion will cross the Orfanto River upstream and go directly to Ascurum. Yes, both Pleclis and Melisande were excited. "Commander, we don't know how many enemies there are in Ascrom," Matthias reminded him. "Commander, we don't know how many enemies there are in Ascrom. Is there an ambush? Isn't it too risky to just rely on one legion and cavalry to attack? We need to be wary of the 1st Legion. I believe in the combat power of the 10th Legion and the 4th Cavalry Legion. I also believe that the Samnian people will not expect our reinforcements to attack them so soon. This will make them unprepared." Alexis raised her head slightly and said confidently, "Even if Ascurum really has a large Samnian army that can surround us, as long as we can hold on, I believe that Capys, Antonios, and Tegathilos will definitely come to our rescue." We can defeat the main force of the Samnian army in one fell swoop. Alexis had seen the battle report of the First Legion. He knew very well that although the forces and types of troops he was leading now were very similar to those of Amyntas, who had rescued Wolsey not long ago, it was different from Amyntas, who was fighting alone. He was fighting within the borders of his country. He firmly believed that if there were any abnormalities, Capys, Antonios, these old comrades, would definitely do their best to rescue him, even if he and Antonios had some small conflicts before. The ones who besieged Ascurum were mainly the Pentni tribe. It should be said that their attack was very sudden. When they killed their way into Ascurum's territory, the people of Ascurum were still herding cattle and sheep or farming. They were completely unprepared. Knowing that the Samnian had invaded, many people panicked and ran into the city. The Samnian warriors followed closely behind, trying to take the opportunity to rush into the city. However, the governor of Ascurum was Hesytus. This former leader of the Siren tribe had bravely resisted the oppression of the Bruti alliance and started the War of Dionia to conquer the Bruti. Later, he helped Helos participate in the Southern Italian War. For more than 10 years, he served as the city governor of the Bruti region, the Messapi region, and the Pacheti region. Until the year before last, he was transferred to the Downey region. It could be said that not only was his administrative experience rich, but he was also no stranger to military affairs. A few months ago, he received a warning from the Ministry of Military Affairs. All towns in Downey were asked to strengthen their security. Beware of the Samnian attack. He did not take it lightly. Not only did he mobilize the people to strengthen the city's defenses, but he also increased the number of patrols to strengthen the patrols at the top of the city. At the same time, every few days, citizens who had participated in military training would gather in the city square to practice formations and fighting for an hour or two. He also organized the citizens who had horses into a small team and took turns to patrol at the foot of the mountain in the west every day. Dozens of days passed, and everything in the Samnian mountains was as usual. There were no traces of war. Due to the repeated advice of his subordinates, after all, frequent military training was not conducive to the upcoming spring sowing. He slightly relaxed his guard and reduced the training. He did not expect that at this time the Samnian would attack. The Ascurum scouts who were patrolling outside the city quickly discovered the enemy. They shouted, "The Samnian are attacking!" to inform the people in the villages that they passed by to evacuate while they rushed into the city. When Hegesidus received the news, he did not panic too much. He ordered to close the city gates, pull up the drawbridge, and sound the alarm at the same time. He asked the young citizens who were still in the city to pick up their shields and spears and go up to the city to defend. At the same time, he also asked the soldiers at the top of the city wall to shout at the people who were fleeing outside the city, advising them to escape to Hedorum in the east. The city gates of Ascurum would never be opened under the enemy's attack. It was because of these measures that when the Samnian army, which was mainly made up of the Pentni soldiers, rushed to the city, they saw that the city of Ascurum was already on guard. Although there were not many citizens in the city who could fight due to the Samnian's sudden attack, Ascurum was still a large city in the Downey region with an 8-meter-high city wall. The Samnian came rushing, but they did not bring any siege equipment. Bardani could only let tens of thousands of soldiers line up under the city wall and roar in unison, trying to intimidate the Ascurum people into opening the city and surrendering. How could Hegesidus be intimidated by such a formation? Bardani had no choice but to set up camp outside the city. In the next day or so, Bardani ordered the soldiers to cut down trees and make a large number of scaling ladders and black logs. He launched an attack on the city of Ascurum, trying to use the advantage of numbers to take down this important city in the southwest of the Downey region. He wanted to restore the prestige of the Pentni tribe and his great leader. Therefore, at the beginning, Bardani ordered the troops to launch a fierce attack. The Samnian soldiers carried scaling ladders and black logs, braving the danger of being hit by javelins and arrows, and attacked the city from the north, west, and south. As the chief executive, Hegesidus personally went to the city wall and led the citizens to fight bravely. The Samnian attacks were like a tide. After one wave of setbacks, another wave of attacks came. The continuous attacks gradually made the Ascurum militia, who were lacking in military strength, unable to resist. In the afternoon, the Samnite army managed to reach the top of the west city wall several times. Hephaestus hurriedly gathered the few remaining reserve soldiers and finally managed to drive them off the city wall with great difficulty. Another soldier hurriedly rushed over from the south city wall. "Lord Hephaestus, the enemy has reached the top of the city wall. Inspector Kopakas is requesting help from you. How can I have any reinforcements here?" With a bitter smile on his face, Hephaestus reached out his hand to wipe away the blood that was splashing on his face and blocking his sight. Looking at the militiamen beside him who were so tired that they could barely move, and hearing the deafening roars of the Samoan warriors, Hephaestus's timidity disappeared in a flash. Resolutely he turned around and said to the adjutant, "Go to the city immediately and gather the old people to reinforce the southern city. Hold on. Tell Kopakas to hold on. As long as we hold on today, reinforcements will arrive tomorrow." Chapter 731. At this moment, Hephaestus heard the urgent sound of a horn coming from below the city. He could not help but feel nervous. Were the Simonians going to step up their attack? But just as he reminded the soldiers on the city wall to prepare for the enemy's next attack, he saw the Simonians slowly retreating amidst the cries of dissatisfaction. After all, the Simonians had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Dionia. Now that they were fighting with the Dionia again, the leaders of the various tribes were on high alert. When Bardani attacked the city, he still sent scouts to the southeast and northeast. At this time, he had just received an urgent report from the scout. In the southeast, there are many Dionia cavalry marching quickly towards Asculum. Their vanguard is not far from here. Dionia's reinforcements are coming so fast. It had only been more than 3 days since the Simonians declared war. Based on Bardani's experience in previous battles against the Greeks, the central town of Dionia, Turiae, had probably just received the news. Perhaps they were debating the war in the Senate, or perhaps they were in a hurry to mobilize their citizens to participate in the war. It would probably take a few more days. Therefore, he felt that there should be enough time to take down Asculum. However, he did not expect the situation to suddenly take a turn for the worse. He was at a loss because, at this time, other than more than 100 guards around him, the rest of the warriors were involved in the siege, trying to take down the city in one fell swoop. Fortunately, it's only cavalry. Great leader, quickly withdraw some of the warriors who are attacking the city and organize the defense. The tribal leader next to him reminded. Withdraw. How? Bardani looked at the warriors who were fighting bravely under the city wall anxiously. In his anxiety, he remembered his father's warning before he died. He hesitated for a moment and finally said, "I'm afraid that the Dionia will not only send cavalry. We must retreat. Retreat immediately." Seeing Bardani's resolute attitude, even if the leaders were unwilling, they knew that even if victory was in sight, they could not attack the city anymore. Otherwise, if the Dionia's reinforcements really came, their army would be attacked from all sides and would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. The retreat horn was blown, and the attacking army began to retreat, seeing several Samiad warriors jumping down from the top of the city wall. The leaders sighed sorrowfully. Woo! Woo! A loud bugle sounded from the south, and Bardani immediately shivered in fright. Very soon, the ground began to tremble, as if countless wooden hammers were beating a giant drum, emitting rumbling sounds accompanied by a sky full of dust. "The Dionia cavalry is here!" A penitent leader beside Bardani exclaimed. Countless cavalrymen in black helmets and armor galloped out of the cloud of dust. Among them, a large flag was raised high in the air, fluttering in the wind. On the flag was a picture of a Pegasus and a large Greek number, for embroidered below it, "My lord, reinforcements are here. Our reinforcements are here." On top of the city wall, the citizens cheered. Hephaestus, finally, heaved a sigh of relief. The 4th Cavalry Legion did not directly attack the middle section of the retreating Simonians. Instead, they circled to the south wall, quickly spread out their formation, and began to attack the rear of the retreating Simonians, taking advantage of the Simonians' lack of effective organization as they were busy retreating, and the fact that they were afraid of the Daionia cavalry's sudden attack. They ignored the danger of being attacked by the enemy's javelins and boldly approached within a distance of 10 meters. Then they used their short javelins, which were almost 100% accurate. They instantly caused a large number of casualties, causing chaos. Taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, the cavalrymen drove their horses and finally caused the Simonians to be routed. Then they skillfully drove the defeated soldiers to charge at the Samni soldiers in front of them. When panic spread rapidly in the army, even the brave Simonians could not help but flee with their comrades around them. The routed army was like snow rolling down the mountaintop, getting bigger and bigger. Even the team sent by Bardani to stop the Daionia cavalry was wrapped up in the fleeing crowd. Bardani finally gave up and led his personal guards to flee first, leading the routed soldiers behind him in the direction of their escape. The 4th Cavalry Legion's pursuit of the Simonians did not last long. It was not because the cavalrymen did not want to achieve greater results, but because the city of Asculum was located on the south bank of the upper reaches of the Carapel River. It was originally located at the foot of the mountain, less than 6 to 7 miles away from the vast mountains. Moreover, the terrain along the way was uneven, so the routed Simonians quickly fled into the mountains. No matter how brave the Daionia cavalry was, they could not ride on war horses to chase after the enemy in the mountains. They could only return resentfully. This short rescue battle ended just like that. The Simonians suffered more than 2,000 casualties in the siege battle and the surprise attack by the Daionia 4th Cavalry Legion, while the 4th Cavalry Legion only suffered slightly more than 100 casualties. The Eastern Theater of Operations of Daionia obtained their first victory in the rescue of the Downey region. It was not until evening that Alexis and the 10th Cavalry Legion finally arrived at Asculum. After all, marching with infantry was different from riding on horseback. The army set off from Pachetti's barracks, crossed the Ofanto River, and rushed to the Carapel River. Following the flat road along the river, they sped up and finally arrived at Asculum after almost a day. If it was not for the Cavalry Legion's fast march and timely rescue, the city would have changed hands by the time the 10th Cavalry Legion arrived. Hephaestus opened the city gate to welcome the arrival of the reinforcements and expressed his gratitude to Alexis. However, that was all there was to it. The Samnites' attack had caused a lot of casualties to the people of Ascrom. Hephaestus was busy dealing with the aftermath of the battle that night. It was impossible for him to have the mood to hold a banquet to welcome their savior. Of course, Alexis did not care about that. On the contrary, he ordered the soldiers of the 10th Cavalry Legion to help clean up the battlefield, burn the corpses, and even send the medical camp to treat the injured. The next day, Alexis led the army to continue north, as he was worried that the Simonians who escaped into the mountains would come back after he left. He left a brigade of the 10th Cavalry Legion to defend the defenseless Asculum. What Hephaestus needed to do now was to send the cavalry to the east and quickly recall the large number of Asculum citizens who did not manage to escape into the city to strengthen the defense of the city. Alexis led the army to the previously besieged city of Vibenrum in the afternoon. The Simonians who were originally besieging the city had obviously received news of the arrival of Daonia's reinforcements, so they retreated into the mountains. 2 days later, the reinforcements arrived at the central city of the Downey region, Lusnia City. Antonios, the wartime governor of the Downey region, and the governor of Lusnia, Capys, the acting commander of the 11th Legion, as well as the middle and high-ranking officials of Lusnia City and a large number of citizens, came out of the city to welcome them. "Thank you, Commander Alexis, for leading the army to rescue us in time. Our Downey is finally saved," Antonios said with a smile. The appointment of a wartime governor and the trust of the Devers had swept away the haze in his heart. Even though the Simonians were pressuring the city, he was still in a good mood these few days. During the war, you brought so many people out of the city. If you were to be ambushed by the Simonians, it doesn't matter if you are captured or captured. The order of the Downey region will fall into chaos, Alexis said half jokingly, half seriously. Antonios laughed and said, with a famous commander like you, the Simonians will only hide far away. You haven't even arrived yet, but you have already brought us victory. Alexis said modestly, in this land only Her Majesty's fame will spread far and wide. You and I are just doing our best to fulfill our duties. You are right. Antonios nodded casually, then went forward and gave Alexis a strong hug. My brother, thank you very much for your timely rescue. Alexis was stunned for a moment, then immediately returned the warm hug. The small grudges between the two of them in the past few years completely disappeared in this hug. At this moment, Capys, who was at the side, gave a military salute and said jokingly, Commander Alexis, 11th Legion Commander Capys, reporting for duty. I say, Sir Capys, don't scare me. Legion Commander is only your part-time job. You are the quartermaster of the Ministry of Military Affairs. We all have to listen to your command, or we will have to starve. Alexis said, using her fist to lightly hit Capys' chest. The awkwardness of commanding and being commanded was dispelled in the laughter. Looking at the three influential figures of the kingdom of Dionia chatting and laughing without restraint, Pleclus couldn't help but feel happy and envious. Seeing this, Melisande explained, Antonios, Alexis, and Capys fought side by side in the mercenary army when they were young. They even helped His Majesty successfully retreat from Persia. They have been friends for decades. Pleclus looked at him and asked in stiff Greek, I heard that your father was also their comrade. It's my adoptive father. Melisande corrected him solemnly. He didn't want others to think that he relied on his father to get to where he was today. At this moment, Alexis pointed at the two of them. This is the 4th Cavalry Legion Commander, Pleclus. I don't need you to introduce me. Pleclus. I am very familiar with him. I was the one who drafted his appointment as the Cavalry Legion Commander. Antonios said with a smile. After all, he was once the Minister of Military Affairs. Then he praised loudly. However, Leds always praised you, Pleclus. He always said that there is a powerful figure in the cavalry, and I didn't really believe it. But now it seems that he didn't lie. You led the 4th Cavalry Legion and won the Battle of Asculum by yourself. You defeated tens of thousands of Samnite soldiers. Amazing. Amazing. Chapter 732. After hearing Antonio's words, Plegulus stepped forward and saluted. He replied loudly, when the 4th Cavalry Division arrived at Asculum, the Samnite were attacking the city with all their might. Therefore, it was relatively easy to defeat them. This is all thanks to Commander Alexis. He decisively ordered us to march towards Asculum. That's why we had such an opportunity. Look, this is one of your good subordinates. Antonius turned around and smiled at Alexis. Capys also saluted Plegulus as an important member of the Ministry of Military Affairs. He, of course, knew Plegulus. Plegulus hurriedly returned the salute. I don't think I need to introduce this one, Alexis said, pointing at Melisande. Melisande, I don't even want to see you. Antonios put on a pained expression and said something shocking. He then changed the topic. As soon as I saw you, I realized that the kingdom is now the world of the young. The kingdom now belongs to the young, and we are all old. Uncle Antonios, you can't be old. Auntie Doris still needs you to raise him. Melisande immediately replied. Antonio stared at him. I'm just old. I'm not dead. Everyone laughed. The shadow of war created by the Samnite seemed to have been dispersed by their laughter. The soldiers of the 10th Cavalry Division and the 4th Cavalry Division went directly to the Donny barracks. Alexis, Antonios, Capys, Plegulus, and Melisande went directly to the Lusnia City Hall for a military meeting. After everyone sat down, Alexis asked directly, "Now, what's the situation of the 11th Cavalry Division?" Capys didn't mind and replied seriously, because the Samni's invasion was very sudden. The barracks were undergoing rotation training at that time. There were only about 2,000 soldiers. These days, more and more soldiers have come to report. There are already more than 6,000 soldiers. Because Askram and Weibenrum are surrounded and Grum is occupied, some soldiers can't come. I've already replaced them with reserve soldiers from Lusnia. Now, the 11th Cavalry Division has 6 heavy infantry battalions, 1 light infantry battalion, and 1 light armor battalion. There are a total of 8,000 soldiers. As for whether we should recruit more reserve soldiers from the Downey area, it's up to you, the commander, to decide. Alexis nodded to show that he understood. He then asked, "How many Samni soldiers are invading right now?" Previously, the scouts made a rough survey of the 3 Samnite armies besieging Askram, Weibenrum, and Geluum. Each of them has more than 10,000 men, including some scattered tribal warriors. I estimate that they have more than 30,000 men, but so far, we haven't found any of Cautini's warriors. Antonius said, "It seems that Legio III's victory in Campania has caused the Caudini tribe to suffer heavy losses." Alexis said with a gratified expression. Then he asked with concern, "How's the situation in Geluum?" According to the report of the scouts, the Samni people there have already retreated to the mountains yesterday, but the people in the city have been captured by them. Antonius said angrily and painfully. These towns were now under his jurisdiction, and he had the responsibility to protect the lives of Downey's citizens. Retreated? Alexis was a little surprised, and he fell into deep thought at this moment. Antonius said with a solemn expression, "Yesterday, when the Samni people were retreating, they even sent a messenger, requesting to exchange the thousands of Downey captives they had captured for all the Cautini people that they had captured. The Samni people are dreaming. We can't agree to their arrogant request. Let those Caudini people go back, command to strengthen the Samni army, and continue to plunder and kill our people." Melishanda interrupted angrily. Antonius frowned. "Melishanda, whether or not to agree to the request of the Samni messenger is not up to you to decide." Alexis looked at him and said seriously, "This matter concerns the lives and freedom of thousands of Downey people. Only Her Majesty can make the final decision." "Yes, I'm sorry." Melisande lowered his head and admitted his mistake. He had been too quick with his words. After Alexis's reminder, he realized that he had only been thinking about the impact on the war and had not considered the lives of the captives. Furthermore, the governor of the Downey region was sitting right in front of him. Antonius nodded at him, forgiving his momentary impetuousness. He then said, "I have already sent a messenger to Turiae to report this matter to Her Majesty. I believe we will receive a reply in 2 days." Alexis nodded. This matter was not something he could worry about. He looked at the map of the Downey region on the wooden table in the middle of the conference room and said slowly, "Our reinforcements have just arrived, and the Samni people have begun to retreat. It seems like they are afraid of us, but I don't think they will stop attacking Dionia just because of this. I agree with you. The Samni people have been with us for so many years. They should be very clear that they have broken the alliance and started a war against us. Even if they want to stop the war now, Her Majesty will not let them off easily. However, from the current situation, it seems like the Samni people do not want to have a direct battle with us." Capys also expressed his opinion. Right now, the 10th Legion, the 11th Legion, and the 4th Cavalry Legion have gathered in the Downey region. In a day or 2, the 9th Legion will also arrive. At that time, we will have a strong military force of more than 30,000 people. Even if the Samni people and the Cautini tribe have more than 40,000 people, we can completely defeat them in a direct battle. So, for the time being, there is no need to recruit reserve soldiers. However, most of the Samni army is light infantry, and they move quickly. It is very likely that they will avoid us and attack the east of the Downey region. So Antonius, Alexis pondered for a while and said, I plan to gather the reserve soldiers of the towns in the Downey region. They will temporarily be under the command of the governor of the town to strengthen the town's defense. If they are attacked by the Samnite people, they will be able to hold on until our reinforcements arrive. So, this may affect the spring sowing in the Downey region. Don't worry about the spring sowing. I will make the appropriate arrangements. Antonius waved his hand and made a confident promise. Pleclus, send out your cavalry to closely monitor the border of the Downey region. If there is any movement of the enemy, report immediately. Yes, Lord Commander. Now, let us wait for the arrival of the 9th Legion. At the same time, observe the movements of the Samnite people and determine what they will do next. Just as Alexis finished speaking, Melisande continued, Lord Commander, I think that the reserve soldiers of the towns in Pacheti should also gather and strengthen the defense of the towns, because the Samnite people are very likely to be worried that they will be surrounded by our heavy troops in the Downey region. So they will turn to attack the Pacheti region, which has no military strength. Melisande actually had his own selfish reasons for saying this. Because his 10th Legion's camp was in Pacheti, most of his soldiers also came from there. Of course, he did not want Pacheti to be attacked and affect the morale of his soldiers. Melishande's words woke Alexis up. Just as he was about to reply, he heard this young commander who had been stationed in the Pacheti region for many years and was very familiar with the terrain there continue to say, especially the territory of Verosa, which needs to be heavily defended, because it is adjacent to the Samnite Mountains. In the past, it has a history of being attacked by the Samnite people. Alexis quickly moved closer to the map, her eyes fixed on the northwest corner of the Pacheti region, the area that broke into the mountains. 2 days later, the 9th Legion, led by Togetalos, arrived at the city of Lusnia and met with the main force. At the same time, the foreign minister Ansetanos also arrived. He brought the decree of the king of Devers and quickly held a meeting with the Samnite emissary in Lusnia. Ansetanos said to the Samnite emissary solemnly, His Majesty the Devers is very concerned about the captured people of Downey. He once said, The life of every person of Dionia is incomparably precious and cannot be compared to the people of other Mediterranean city-states and countries. Therefore, he did not hesitate to agree to exchange all the Cautini captives for all the people of Downey who have been plundered by the Samnite people. If the Samnite people believe in the promise of His Majesty the Devers, please immediately release all the people of Downey who have been plundered, and Dionia will also release all the Cautini captives in Campania. The reputation of the Devers of Dionia for keeping their promises was well known throughout the whole of southern Italy. How could the Samnite emissary not agree to his promise? However, Ansetanos, who had received a clear response from the emissary, looked at him again and said solemnly, Since the agreement has been reached, Dionia will guarantee that all the released Cautini captives will be healthy. I hope the Samnite people will make the same promise and guarantee that the people of Downey who have been captured will not be harmed in any way. The Samnite emissary hesitated. He knew very well that these ferocious and uncontrollable warriors would scold and beat the captives, and they would not suppress their exuberant energy towards the women. Therefore, he said reluctantly, We will do our best to ensure the safety of the captives. Ansetanos stared at him with bright eyes and said sharply, Before we came, His Majesty the Devers once said, The lives of the people of Dionia are much more precious than the lives of the Samnite people. If one person is injured, and we capture the Samnite captives in the future, one life will be needed to repay. If one person dies, 3 lives will be needed to repay. Chapter 733. Ansetanos continued, In addition, His Majesty the Devers also asked me to remind you, the war between Dionia and Samni is a contest between brave warriors. No matter how many casualties there are, Dionia will not complain. But if the Samni people dare to point their spears at the unarmed people of Dionia and kill them wantonly, then Dionia will do everything in its power to vent its anger on the Samni region and let the Samni people taste a more cruel revenge. Please think about the tragic end of Dionysius and his mercenary cavalry of Syracuse in Sicily. On the surface, the Samni emissary did not seem to take Ansitano's warning and threat seriously, but his heart was shrouded in shadow. At the same time, Ansitanos also brought the Devers' apology to Alexis. After all, the Devers' agreement would increase the number of Samni soldiers by a few thousand, which would inevitably cause more trouble for the Dionysian army in the Downey region. However, Alexis asked Ansitanos to bring a message to the King of Devers, telling him that this move would not have any impact on the army. On the contrary, he was confident that he would be able to capture more Samni prisoners in the future. With the help of Ansitanos, the words of the Devers quickly spread throughout the Downey region. Not long after, the captured people of Downey were released one after another. The people of Downey were even more grateful to the King of Devers, and they were even more proud of being Dionia. They were even more loyal to the kingdom of Dionia, and at the same time they were even more united against the Samni people. And this incident did not only affect the people of Downey, but also the neighboring Pacheti and Messapi people. Just as Alexis's army gathered in Downey, Leotychides in Sicily also led his army to the Minoan region. Along the way, the Dionysian army was warmly welcomed by many Greek city-states such as Camelina, Gela, Paxenus, Agrigento, etc. They were delighted with the brave move of Dionia to change its previous battle plan and take the initiative to confront the approaching Carthage army. Therefore, not only did they provide a large amount of food supplies, but they also sent their own militia. When the army arrived in Minoan, it had rapidly expanded from 15,000 soldiers to more than 32,000. As the Dionysian army advanced along the coast with great fanfare, their movements had long been discovered by the Carthage people. Therefore, these days, the Carthage army did not go all out to attack the city. Instead, they focused on strengthening the camp. At the same time as the Dionysian army approached, Montenegro began to feel uneasy. He sent messengers back to Lilibo several times, requesting the lord of Lilibo, Carthage's colony city, and the Phoenician city-states to immediately organize the young and middle-aged citizens of Sicily, the more the better, and immediately send them to the Carthage camp in Minoan. At the same time, do not forget to send the Sycan army as well. When the Dionysian army arrived in Minoan, Montenegro had already withdrawn the Carthage army to the camp on the west bank of the Platara River. On the other hand, Leotychides did not attack rashly. He refused the invitation of the Minoans. After inspecting the surrounding environment, he began to build a camp on a few hills not far from the north of Minoan city. The two camps were about 4 miles apart, separated by the Platara River. They confronted each other for a few days and remained calm. Because of this, Leotychides' subordinates and allied generals were puzzled by the fact that he did not allow the army to attack. In order to unify their understanding, he specially made an explanation. We have fewer soldiers, but the Carthage army has more soldiers. Moreover, the defense of the Carthage camp is quite tight. If we attack rashly, the casualties will be high, and the chance of victory is too small. We should wait for the Carthage army to attack, so that we can use the advantage of defense, kill a large number of the enemy, and finally defeat them. But the Carthage army has not attacked us yet, Mycadames, the commander of the Agrigento army, said doubtfully. Leotychides smiled and said confidently, our King Devers once said, this war with the Carthage will be a long war. The longer it drags on, the more Dionia will be able to get rid of the impact of the drought and restore the country's normal food supply. At that time, we will be able to send more troops to Sicily to fight the decisive battle with the Carthage. So we don't have to be anxious. Let the ignorant Carthage continue to consume the time that is beneficial to them. There was another point that Leotychides did not mention. Most of the food supply for his tens of thousands of soldiers was provided by the Greek city-states on the south coast, which greatly reduced the pressure on the food supply of Dionia's Sicily territory. Of course, he had a reason to leisurely defend in Minoa, but the Carthage army may continue to increase their forces, and in the end, launch a fierce attack on us. Poliard, the Minoan general who came to attend the military meeting, said worriedly, "That's why I asked you to strictly and carefully arrange the defense facilities according to the standards of Dionia when you build your camp, so that you can resist the attack of the Carthage army." Leotychide said with a serious expression, "Moreover, the Carthage army has concentrated in Minoa, so the defense at their rear must be relatively weak, which will be advantageous for the Dionysian fleet to attack and harass them. And the more enemies there are, the greater their demand for food, so the transportation of food will be more frequent. This will be advantageous for the Psychir army to attack their supply team and cut off their supply lines. Once such a large army runs out of food, they will collapse without us even having to attack." Leotychides' explanation temporarily dispelled the worries of the allied generals. In the main tent of Carthage's camp, Mont, who had also not participated in the battle, explained to Melifio, "The reason I'm not participating in the battle is because, according to the intelligence, the Dionia army has more than 30,000 soldiers, and most of them are heavy infantry. We only have 10,000 more soldiers than them, and half of them are lowly Namibians. You've seen their performance in the siege. I don't think they can withstand the attack of the Greek heavy infantry, even if they have the advantage in numbers. So we need more soldiers, the truly brave and noble Carthage soldiers or Phoenician soldiers, but you still have 10,000 paladins under your command. We are more than enough to repel the Greek heavy infantry. There's nothing to be afraid of." Melifio said proudly, "You're right." Mont went along with Melifio's tone and said, "The paladin's ability and courage are unquestionable. I have full confidence that you can repel the Dionia, but putting the heavy responsibility of the attack on your shoulders will only increase your casualties. The infantrymen of the Holy Knights are the cream of the Carthaginian citizens. Because we are not only focusing on this battle, we are also going to occupy the Sicilian islands and even go on an expedition to Greece. Therefore, I must protect the best troops of the Carthaginians and make good use of them. That's why I'm urging Samiri to organize more Carthage and Phoenician soldiers to strengthen our forces so that we can defeat the Dionia." Melifio was immediately convinced. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Maybe we can call back Hasdrubal's army." Hearing this, Mont shook his head like a rattle. "No, no, no. Melifio, don't you understand? It was Hasdrubal who refused to listen to orders and insisted on acting independently. Now, if we ask him to come back, wouldn't that make him think that we can't do anything without the Iberian army? Wouldn't that make him even more arrogant? When the time comes, it won't be us commanding him, but him commanding us. Before I set off, Lord Hanno had repeatedly warned me that the commander-in-chief of the Carthaginian army could only belong to Hanno and not Maganid. Moreover, the glory of obtaining victory in this war could only be shared by us and had nothing to do with Iberia." In fact, Melifio regretted his words as soon as they left his mouth. How could he not know what Mont said? At this moment he could only remain silent. Mont continued, "What we urgently need now is not Hasdrubal's army, but our Carthage navy. I don't know what happened to our fleet. Why are we only seeing Dionia's warships on the sea these days? Where is our navy? Melifio, I suggest you write a letter immediately and urge Lord Hanno. We need a strong Carthage navy to protect our empty rear, or even defeat the enemy's fleet and harass their rear. Let Dionia be attacked from both sides." Melifio obviously realized the importance of this problem and agreed without hesitation. Both the Dionia and Carthage armies were trying to delay the battle as much as possible in order to make adequate preparations. However, the two huge camps stretched for 7 to 8 miles from north to south, and only 3 to 4 miles from east to west. Standing on the highest hill where the Dionia camp was located, one could even see the central tent of Carthage's camp. With so many soldiers gathered at such a close distance, with the characteristics of the city-state army, the generals could not completely control these citizen soldiers. Often, a small conflict or friction would lead the battle in an unexpected direction. It was already February 14th of the Kingdom of Dionia, 379 BC. Although it was still spring, the weather in some seaside towns on the Mediterranean Sea had begun to heat up. Especially on this day, the temperature in Minoa suddenly rose by several degrees. By noon, the ground was scorching from the scorching sun, whether it was the soldiers of Dionia or the soldiers of Carthage. Many of them could not bear the discomfort and thirst brought about by the high temperature. They ran out of the camp and went to the Pulatara River not far from the camp to get water or even bathe. The Pulatara River was not a large river. Except for the part near the sea, which was more than 30 meters wide, the average width of the river was less than 20 meters, and some parts were even only 10 meters wide. Moreover, the lower part of the river flowed on flat land. The water was gentle, and the depth of the water did not exceed the knees. Therefore, the soldiers on both sides of the river were less than 10 meters apart. They could even hear each other's faces and words clearly. Of course, they did not necessarily understand. Chapter 734. At first, both sides were at peace with each other, enjoying the coolness and comfort brought by the river. However, on the upper part of the lower reaches of the Pletala River, the river was relatively narrow, with the widest being no more than 10 meters. Agrigento soldiers were drawing water from the east bank. Their camp was nearby, while Carthage's paladins were on the other side. Because the upper end of the Pletala River was close to the mountains, the cycles often harassed the Carthage camp from the north. The Namibian troops originally stationed in the north were attacked once, causing chaos. In the end, Monadino had no choice but to transfer his most trusted paladins here. The full name of the paladins was Carthage's Sacred Legion. They were called the Hammer of Baal by the people of Carthage. Most of the soldiers were elites selected from the oldest noble families in the city of Carthage. They were outstanding in terms of equipment and training. These noble and wealthy geniuses used clean white cloth to wipe their strong bodies. They let their accompanying Namibian slaves go further upstream to drink from the pure river water. At the same time, they looked at the Greek soldiers on the other side of the river. Some of them were soaking in the river, while some were directly lying on the riverbank, drinking water. They suddenly showed a look of contempt and laughed at each other with their companions. The Greeks on the other side of the river did not care about hygiene. They were all poor, but what they did not know was that the Greek soldiers on the other side of the river were citizens from Agrigento. Agrigento was once the second most powerful Greek state in Sicily, second only to Syracuse. Their history was even older than Syracuse. Decades ago, the reason why Syracuse was able to develop and grow was because of Agrigento's support and immigration. Even Dillon, who contributed greatly to the prosperity of Syracuse, was an Agrigento. He borrowed the power of Agrigento to sit on the throne of Syracuse. But nearly 20 years ago, the Sicilian expedition of Athens weakened the power of the Greek city-states on the island. The people of Carthage took the opportunity to let Hannibal, the patriarch of the Maganid family, become the commander and launched an attack on the eastern part of Sicily. Hannibal massacred Simra to avenge his ancestors, but Dionysius's father-in-law, General Hermocrates of Syracuse, led the coalition of the Greek city-states of Sicily and repelled Carthage's army. But not long after, the Syracuse Democrats incited the people to kill him on the grounds that he wanted to be a dictator. Not long after, the Carthaginians launched another attack. This time, the new patriarch of the Maganid family, Hannibal's cousin, Hamilco, became the commander. This was the first time he served as the commander of the army of Carthage. His first target was Agrigento, the second largest Greek city-state in Sicily. Agrigento faced the attack of Hamilco's army. Although the number of soldiers was far less than the other side, they were not afraid. The people of Agrigento had always respected Sparta, and the military training of their citizens was much stricter than that of the average Greek city-state. Moreover, they also employed a Sparta army in the city. The Carthaginian siege lasted for more than 8 months. During this period, Agrigento won several small victories, but the Carthaginians had too much advantage. Through money and threats, Agrigento's reinforcements and mercenaries either gave up or changed sides, including Syracuse and Sparta. The people of Agrigento finally lost hope. Most of them fled to Gela under the cover of the night. The people of Carthage attacked the city, killed all the people left in the city, looted the whole city, burned the temple, and even decided to completely destroy it and rebuild a city of Carthage. But the failure of the war made Himilco's wish come true. When Dionysius led the army to attack the western part of Sicily, these exiles of Agrigento were finally able to return home. In 20 years, the former generation of children who escaped had grown into the pillars of the city-state. Not only did their hatred not disappear with time, but it grew stronger. Although they could not understand the Carthage language spoken on the other side of the river, from the wanton laughter and contemptuous eyes of the other side, they could understand that the other side was humiliating them. So, anger burned in their hearts. When an Agrigento soldier picked up a pebble from the river and threw it at the soldiers of Carthage on the other side of the river, the Agrigento people around him followed suit. The Carthage people who were attacked immediately fought back with stones. Although the stones would not cause fatal injuries, they still hurt when they hit the body. Moreover, most people were only wearing undershirts or naked. The severe pain stimulated the anger of these young and energetic soldiers. So, some people simply stopped throwing stones and directly rushed across the river, clenched their fists, and punched the other side. The conflict between the two sides quickly changed from stone throwing to physical combat, and the scope of the conflict was rapidly expanding. The soldiers of both sides near the river were also affected and joined in the fight. At this time, the clever Namibian slaves ran back to the camp and asked for help from other holy knights. They even brought the weapons and equipment left in the tents by their masters to the river. The participation of the heavily armed Carthage holy knights pushed the expanding conflict to a new stage. A few Agrigento soldiers who were watching from the river and did not join the battle saw the arrival of the heavily armed enemy. Although their chests were burning with anger, they were unarmed and would not be stupid enough to fight against the heavily armed Carthage people. So, they shouted for their comrades to retreat, but the scene was too chaotic and no one listened for a while. However, the conflict was started by the Agrigento soldiers, and it was not so easy to end the conflict. The arrogant soldiers of the Carthaginian sacred regiment were not willing to give up. Furthermore, they had sharp weapons in their hands, while their enemies were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, not far away. This was simply a fat piece of meat in their hands. How could they not eat it? They waved the shields and spears in their hands and stepped into the Pletala River. The comrades who were fighting before took the initiative to make a gap for them, and they squeezed to the front and stabbed the Agrigento soldiers who wanted to escape. At this time, in the upper section of the Pletala River downstream, nearly 1,000 soldiers from both sides were piled up to fight. The Agrigento soldiers at the front saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape, but the people at the back did not know what was going on and did not get out of the way in time. The spears of the Carthage soldiers easily pierced the almost naked bodies of the Agrigento soldiers. When the screams continued, blood dyed the surface of the Pletala River red, and fear overwhelmed the anger in their hearts. The Agrigento soldiers began to flee in panic. In the midst of pushing and shoving each other, some people lost their footing and fell. They were either stabbed to death or drowned. At this time, Malefio had just returned to the central tent and reported to Monardano what he learned in the past 2 days about why the Carthaginian fleet did not appear to escort. On the way back to his camp, he learned from his adjutant what happened on the Pulatara River. He immediately rode to the Pletala River, just in time to see the heavily armed holy knights had rushed to the other side of the river and were slaughtering the fleeing Greeks. The young and hot-blooded Malefio did not blow the horn to retreat and order the soldiers who violated the military order to immediately retreat to the west bank. Instead, he sent messengers to inform the remaining holy knights and holy knights in the camp to immediately rush to the Pletala River. At the same time, he ordered the naked soldiers to immediately put on their armor, pick up their weapons, and get into formation. After everything was arranged, Malefico said to the messenger next to him, "Go to the central camp and report to Lord Monadino that the Greeks took the initiative to provoke the Holy Knights, and as a result, a battle broke out. Now the entire Holy Knights and Holy Knights are in full combat with the Greeks." The messenger turned around and was about to leave, but he was stopped by Malefico and emphasized, "Slow down, don't go too fast." The messenger immediately expressed that he understood, and then slowly walked toward the main camp. The reason why the young and hot-blooded Malefico lied about the military situation was because he was dissatisfied with Monadino's conservative cowardice. At such a young age, he was able to become the commander of the most elite holy knights in Carthage, and he did not want others to think that it was his father-in-law Hanno's credit. He needed to use brilliant military achievements to prove his ability, and now he thought that this was a good opportunity. After crossing the river, the Holy Knights chased after the fleeing Agrigento soldiers along the riverbank. The Agrigento soldiers, who noticed that the situation was not good, had already run back to the camp to call for reinforcements. Not long after, the heavily armed Agrigento soldiers arrived, along with some soldiers from other cities. The massacre of the Carthaginian Holy Knights was stopped, and with the arrival of more Greek soldiers, the Carthaginians who were fighting on the east coast quickly changed from attacking to defending due to the small number of Greek soldiers. They began to gradually retreat. Although the soldiers of the Carthaginian Sacred Regiment were arrogant because of their origins, they were indeed well trained. Not long after Malefico issued the order, they had already lined up in a square formation about a mile long and 7 to 8 rows thick on the western shore. They wore open helmets similar to those worn by the Dionysian heavy infantry, with no visor and only cheek guards crowned with long red or white tassels. They wore thick linen breastplates, which could have been covered with fine chain mail, but these soldiers would rather wear a layer of leather armor with gorgeous colors and beautiful patterns over the linen breastplates than wear heavy black chain mail, which would ruin the aesthetics. They wore polished bronze armor on their calves, and they wore fine leather sandals on their feet. They held sharp spears more than 2 meters long in their right hands, and large copper shields more than 1 meter in diameter in their left hands. Each of the shields was painted with exquisite lace and patterns, which were often used by the soldiers to show off or compare their beauty. On top of that, these soldiers had enough property to provide rich nutrition to train their bodies. They were all tall and strong, and the square formation they formed was both majestic and colorful. On the right flank of the infantry phalanx were 1,000 holy knights. Their real name was the Carthaginian Noble Cavalry, and they were also formed by the children of the Carthaginian nobles. These cavalrymen were also wearing the best armor, wielding long lances that were more than 3 meters long, with high-quality short swords hanging from their waists. Their mounts were chosen from the toughest war horses in Iberia. "Attack!" Malefico impatiently gave the order. Chapter 735. The bugles sounded. "Baal Hamon, bless!" The soldiers chanted the name of the guardian of Carthage. The elite Carthage army, known as the Hammer of Baal, crossed the Pletala River in a dense formation and aggressively charged towards the Greeks on the other side of the river. "What did you say?" "The Holy Knights are already fighting the Greeks." Mont Ardno was shocked. He immediately stood up and said angrily, "This Malefico doesn't listen to my orders. I told him not to engage the Greeks in battle at this time of the year." "My lord, this battle was initiated by the Greeks. At that time, General Malefico was still in your tent discussing matters. By the time he arrived at the Pletala River, the battle had already escalated." The messenger explained, "I don't care what the situation is like now. Go and tell him to withdraw his troops immediately." Mont Ardno said sternly, "I can't convince him." The reason why the messenger dared to speak to the commander of the Carthage army in such a manner was because he was Malefico's cousin and was also born in a noble family of Carthage. In a fit of anger, Mont Ardno decided to personally call back Malefico. But before he left, he cautiously sent someone to inform the other generals to gather the soldiers back to the camp and await further orders. On the way down the Pletala River, Mont Ardno heard the deafening battle cries. When he arrived at his destination, he stood on the west bank and looked east. The Holy Knights had already rushed past the east bank and were advancing forward at a faster speed. After all, when the Greeks discovered the intention of the Carthage army to attack, they hurriedly gathered their soldiers and organized an army in an attempt to stop the attack of the Carthage army. However, they lacked a unified command and the soldiers came from different cities, so they lacked tacit understanding and tacit cooperation. In addition, they were outnumbered by the Holy Knights, so under the fierce attack of the Holy Knights, they were gradually losing ground. Just as Mont Ardno was hesitating whether he should recall the Holy Knights under such an advantageous situation, the battlefield in front of him suddenly became even noisier. The Greeks were routed. They fled to the east in a panic. Then an even louder voice rang out behind them. "Follow us and flee this way! Follow us and run this way!" The Holy Knights began to take large strides in pursuit. The right-wing cavalry that had been hiding behind the phalanx rushed out at this moment, using their long lances to stab the fleeing soldiers. The tall Iberian war horse used its 4 powerful hooves to trample the fallen Greeks. Looking at the pursuing Holy Knights in front of him, Monadino no longer hesitated. He immediately sent a messenger to inform the Phoenician troops, Limebian troops, and Limebian cavalrymen who were on standby in the camp to rush here at top speed. They were to cooperate with the Holy Knights and completely defeat the Daionia coalition on the other side of the river. Where were the soldiers of Daionia at this critical moment? It all started when the Daionia coalition army built a camp next to Minoa city. The east bank of the lower Pletala River was not as flat as the west bank. Instead, it was undulating hills. The Daonian coalition army chose to build their camp on the north side of Minoa city. There were 3 relatively large hills here, all of which were more than 100 meters above sea level. Moreover, each of them was about a mile apart, facing the riverbank in an inverted triangle. Considering that the number of Carthaginian troops far exceeded the allied forces, in order to be able to defend against the enemy's attack, Leotyzides and the allied generals discussed and decided to build the military camp on these 3 hills. Since the Daionia soldiers were the most numerous and the most powerful, their camp was set on the largest hill in the middle. The northern hill was garrisoned by the soldiers of Agrigento and Economes, while the southern hill was garrisoned by the soldiers of Gela, Camillina, and Paxenus. At the foot of the northern hill where the Dionysian army was stationed, there was a relatively large, nearly rectangular lake called Lake Gorgo. When the allied soldiers ran to the Pletala River in search of cool air, the Daionia soldiers certainly had the same need. For safety's sake, Leotychides let the soldiers cool off at Lake Gorgo, which was closer to the camp. Leotychides was not Monte Ardino. Although he was in charge of the camp, his mountain scouts and cavalry were always monitoring the surrounding area and reporting any unusual movements to him. When Agrigento's soldiers clashed with Carthage's men at the Pletala River, he quickly received the news. He keenly felt that something was wrong and immediately sent messengers to the foot of the mountain to order the Daionia soldiers to quickly return to the camp. At the same time, he also sent messengers to other camps to order the allied generals to immediately withdraw their soldiers on the river bank, especially the Agrigento soldiers. But the situation developed very quickly. After the soldiers of the Daionia coalition army, who originally lacked discipline, became really angry, how could the allied generals, who originally had no authority, restrain them? The expansion of the conflict and the appearance of Carthage's heavily armed soldiers meant that it had turned into a battle. When Leotychides heard from the cavalry that Carthage's holy army has been fully mobilized and is rushing to the river bank, he was very anxious. He ordered the troops to get ready and go to the rescue, while staring at the map of the camp that had just been drawn and thinking about the battle plan for the rescue. At this time, the adjutant next to him said, "Commander, we actually don't need to rescue them at all. If they are defeated, they can directly escape into the camp." After all, the camp is only 2 miles away from them. Leotychides shook his head and said, Carthage's men will chase after them. If that happens, they may even lose their camp. The adjutant thought for a moment and said, Then don't let them escape into the camp. Lead them to escape from here, he said as he pointed at the map a few times. Leotychides looked at the place that the adjutant had drawn. It was the lowland between the southern and northern camps. The 3 camps of the Dionia coalition army were arranged in an inverted triangle. The southern and northern camps were closer to the river bank, while the middle camp was closer to the east. The lowland between the 3 camps was about 2 miles long, which happened to face the river bank where the conflict occurred. If the coalition army turned around and fled, they could quickly pass through the lowland and then go around the hill where the Dionia coalition army was located. If they ran into the mountains, Carthage's men would probably not dare to chase after them. It was only a distance of 3 to 4 miles, but most of the defeated soldiers would instinctively escape to their own camps. That was why the adjutant said that they needed to be guided. However, the adjutant's words flashed in Leotychides' mind like a ray of light. He suddenly crouched down and stared at the arrangement of the 3 camps and the section of the river in front of them. At the same time, he asked, How many people does Carthage's holy army have? According to the intelligence, about 10,000. Has the entire army been mobilized? That's what the scout said. How many coalition soldiers are fighting with Carthage's men on the river? The situation there is too chaotic. The scouts can't give a detailed number, but they estimate that there are at least 2,000, and the number is still increasing. Leotychides pondered for a moment, then slammed his hand on the map and shouted, Order! The 6 heavy infantry battalions of the 8th Legion, as well as the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Heavy Infantry battalions of the reserves, immediately go to the foot of the hill in front of the camp and form a formation facing the river bank. Let the 8th Battalion, the Light Infantry Battalion, rush to the river bank and disperse to the back of the coalition army's formation. Once they are defeated, immediately lead them to the direction of our main force. Let the 5th Heavy Infantry Battalion of the reserves rush to the northern camp and help them defend against the enemy's attack. This is because the northern camp is guarded by the soldiers of Agrigento and Ecnomus, and more than half of the soldiers fighting on the riverbank are Agrigento. That's why Leotychides is worried that the northern camp does not have enough soldiers to defend it. Let the 7th Battalion, the Light Infantry Battalion, go to the northern camp as well. The light infantry of the reserves should all go to the southern camp and face the low ground. When you see the enemy, don't attack first. Let them pass. When the heavy infantry start fighting, then attack their flanks and rear. Also, send someone to inform the generals of the 2 camps that the Dionysian army is preparing to fight with Carthage's men. Tell them to defend their camps, no matter what. The aide who had undergone strict training in the general staff picked up the wooden board that had just been recorded and quickly and accurately repeated Leotychides' order. He then asked curiously, Commander, are you planning to lure the holy knights of Carthage deep into our camp, and then wait for them to completely defeat them? Leotychides nodded slightly. Go inform them immediately. When the adjutant was about to leave excitedly, Leotychides suddenly thought of something and called out to him, Wait a minute! One more thing. Immediately send someone to inform the cycles in the mountains. Tell them to harass the rear of Carthage's army after the battle to reduce the pressure on our defenses. Yes, right? What's your name? Leotychides suddenly asked. Ever since Leotychides' original aide, Stephos, left, there had been more than 10 aides in the 8th Legion over the past 2 years. On one hand, the aides felt that Leotychides' temperament was strange and difficult to get along with, so they took the initiative to transfer him. On the other hand, Leotychides was strict and always felt that the younger ones were not capable enough. That was why the aides were constantly changing. Before preparing for this war, he specifically requested from the Ministry of Military Affairs Due to the scale and difficulty of this war, he hoped that they could send a capable adjutant. Chapter 736. But this adjutant had been here for almost 2 months, and he had spent so much time with him that he couldn't even remember his name. Fortunately, the adjutant had a better understanding of Leotychides' character through this period of interaction. He didn't mind it, and replied seriously, "Sir, my name is Mukaloo." "You're from the Brudi?" Leotychides asked, looking at his appearance that was different from that of a Greek. "Yes, I'm from the Brudi Cosenza." Leotychides nodded and waved his hand. "Go and pass the order." "Yes." The adjutant hurriedly turned and left the tent, but there was a smile on his face. Based on his understanding of this commander, he knew that he was recognized by his colleagues in the Ministry of Military Affairs as the strictest legion commander. In fact, the adjutant Mukaloo's identity was not simple. When he was 18, he had followed Hieronymus to participate in the great battle of Crotone and was injured. After the battle, he was even consoled by the king of Devers. Later, he officially joined the 5th Legion and participated in all the kingdom's wars for more than 10 years. He made many contributions and was about to be promoted to a captain, but he requested to further his studies in the staff office of the Ministry of Military Affairs. For the senior officers of Dionia, it was rare for them to take the initiative to further their studies. Therefore, even though he was already over 30 years old, Felicius made an exception and transferred him to the staff office. After Mukaloo was transferred to the staff office, he won the praise of his colleagues for his consistent diligence. This time, due to the importance of this war, Felicius reluctantly sent this capable and reliable right-hand man. Now, it seemed that he had finally satisfied the requirements of the hard-to-please Leotychides. This time, Leotychides led 15,000 soldiers, including 8,000 official soldiers of the 8th Legion, 5,000 reserve heavy infantry, nearly 1,000 reserve light infantry, and 1,000 cavalry from the 4th Cavalry Legion. The 4th Cavalry Legion had always been vacant due to the population of the Sicilian territory and the lack of war horse. When the soldiers of the 8th Division heard that there was going to be a war, they were all very excited. 2 years ago, the soldiers had been rewarded handsomely for their victory over the Saikir tribe. They had always desired to make new contributions, and now their chance had come. On the other hand, the soldiers of the reserve forces were looking forward to performing well in the upcoming battle, adding a strong stroke to their military resumes so that they could smoothly become official soldiers. Under the leadership of the team officers, the soldiers ran to the foot of the mountain in an orderly manner and began to form a chessboard formation. Just as they finished setting up the formation, the soldiers heard a loud noise coming from the front. The disorderly and thunderous footsteps grew louder. Very soon, they saw the black mass of defeated soldiers in front of them pouring down like a mountain torrent in a storm. They roared and surged towards them. Some of the Dionia recruits gulped nervously. "Order all squads to get into formation." 2 years ago, Diacasis was still the inspector of Naxos, but now he was the captain of the 1st Company of the 1st Brigade of the 8th Legion. He calmly gave the order. The other team officers also gave similar orders. This time, the Dionia's shield formation was different from the past. Not only did the soldiers erect their shields at the front, back, left, and right periphery of the small square formation, but their spears were also placed horizontally at the front, back, left, and right like a hedgehog with its spikes erected. At the same time, the soldiers continued to shout, "Go through the gaps! Go through the gaps!" In order to facilitate the retreat of the defeated soldiers, the distance between the small square formations of the 8th Division was much wider than during the training. If one was not an idiot, he or she would not take the initiative to charge at the densely packed spears. Moreover, there was a voice to remind the defeated soldiers, and the light armored soldiers at the front were guiding them. The defeated soldiers naturally split into thin streams in front of the Dionia formation and ran through the gaps between the small square formations to the rear. Of course, there were some defeated soldiers who ran into the shield wall due to the chaos and were stabbed by the spears. They screamed in pain, but the Dionia soldiers did not withdraw their spears to rescue the wounded soldiers. They stood their ground and did not move. The screams of their comrades would also warn the others to stop in front of the shield formation and not to run into them. Chase them. Don't let them escape. Malefio, who was riding on his horse, followed the holy knights and rushed forward. He shouted excitedly, not caring whether the soldiers around him could hear him or not. Sitting high up on his horse, he could see that the soldiers of the Holy Regiment were indeed well trained. Even in the pursuit of victory, they were still able to maintain a relatively complete formation, like a red tide pushing forward. Of course, this had something to do with the fact that most of the enemy had directly fled backwards when they were routed and did not scatter in all directions. Whether it was Mont Adano or Malefio, they only knew that the Dionia allied army had built a camp on the hill on the east bank of the Plutala River. But what was the specific layout? What kind of terrain was this? They were not very clear about it. On the one hand, it was because they did not have the strong consciousness to actively obtain information about the surroundings of the battlefield and the enemy. On the other hand, Leotychides had the initiative to protect the military secrets of his army from being leaked under the influence of the military law of Dionia. Therefore, when he built the camp, he sent out all the scouts and mountain scouts, and even some of the light armored soldiers to patrol around the camp to drive away the scouts of Carthage and conceal the information about the area around the camp. Therefore, when Malefio was in the middle of the battlefield, chasing after the enemy, he was not very clear that there was a hill a mile to his left and right, with the enemy's camp on top of it. What he did not know even more was that there was an even bigger hill 3 miles ahead, blocking their way forward. The real enemy of Carthage, the army of Dionia, was stationed on this hill. Now, these 3 hills were like giant crabs with their claws open, waiting for the routed soldiers to lead the ignorant Carthage soldiers into their hungry mouths. The company led by Dio Cassius was divided into 4 small phalanxes, with 2 at the front and 2 at the back. Dio Cassius stood in the middle of the phalanx at the back, focusing on the situation of the routed soldiers through the gaps between the phalanxes in front of him. Suddenly his eyes narrowed. Through the gaps between the allied soldiers who had thrown away their armor, he saw the Carthaginians in gorgeous armor. According to the usual tactical principles of the Legion of Dionysia, the small phalanxes at the back should quickly move forward and fill in the gaps in the front, forming a complete and dense phalanx. However, by doing so, the routed soldiers at the back would be intercepted in front of the rapidly forming phalanx of the Dionysian army, sandwiched between the armies of Dionia and Carthage, becoming the victims of the confrontation between the 2 armies. However, the small phalanxes of the 8th Legion did not move. The soldiers stuck their long shields closer to their bodies and held their spears tighter. However, they still stood in the same place and did not move. This was not because they had to care about the pitiful soldiers of the 8th Legion, but because this was the strategy of their commander, Leotychides. Some of the pursuing Holy Legion soldiers saw the dense phalanxes in front of them and stopped in their tracks in shock. However, their comrades behind them pushed them forward involuntarily. Hence, they could only use their shields to protect themselves and thrust their spears at the enemies that appeared. Some of the Holy Legion soldiers followed the routed soldiers into the gaps between the phalanxes. However, they were blocked by the next phalanx. Some of the Holy Legion soldiers blindly followed the routed soldiers into the gaps between the phalanxes. There are enemies in front. It's the soldiers of Dionia. The panicked shouts of the Dionia soldiers reached Malefio's ears. He had a clearer view of the situation as he rode on his horse. The soldiers of Dionia, clad in black armor, had gathered into small phalanxes. Under the assault of the routed soldiers and the Holy Legion soldiers, the phalanxes were like small islands in the middle of a raging torrent. Even though he knew that he had lost control of the Holy Legion, Malefio still waved his spear and shouted, "Warriors of Carthage, charge! Crush the soldiers of Dionia!" However, in the eyes of Leotychides, who was halfway up the mountain and looking down at the battlefield, The chessboard formation of the 8th Legion had divided the soldiers of Carthage into countless thin streams. Without organization and command, the soldiers of Carthage, who could not form a cohesive force, could not shake the solid phalanxes of the Daionia. "Gather the reserves," Leotychides ordered. His adjutant, Muculu, hesitated for a moment. "Should we wait? After the soldiers of the Alliance have escaped." Leotychides' gaze was cold. "The current situation is that the soldiers of the Alliance have escaped, and some of the soldiers of Carthage will run to the back of the formation. It will cause unnecessary trouble for our soldiers. I have already given them a chance. If they want to blame something, they can only blame themselves for not running fast enough." "Yes." Muculu said no more and immediately accepted the order. "Also, inform the generals of the Alliance to hurry up and gather the routed soldiers. Quickly lead them back to their camps to defend against the enemy's upcoming attack." Woo! A loud bugle sounded from the middle of the mountain. The officers of the reserves, who had been repeatedly instructed by their commander, began to command the small phalanxes at the back of the formation. The phalanxes slowly moved forward and inwards. The torrent formed by the defeated soldiers and the pursuing soldiers turned through many gaps and flowed to the rear. By then, the impact on the small phalanx formation had already weakened, with bayonets opening the way and long shields defending, along with the screams of the enemy and friendly soldiers. The reserve soldiers at the rear of the formation, relying on the dense formation of 50 people, smoothly entered the gap in the front without much hindrance. Together with the small phalanx formation in the front, they formed a dam that was only 4 rows thick but about 2 miles long, completely cutting off the torrent. Literary Hall. Chapter 737. It was a relatively easy task for the reserve soldiers who were intercepting the enemy's advance. Although they had to injure some Allied soldiers by mistake and were cursed by the enemy, few of them were injured or killed. But for the various units of the 8th Legion at the forefront, they were in a relatively difficult situation, because once the torrent was intercepted, Carthage's men would stop in between the gaps of the phalanx. When they realized that the situation was not good, they would attack the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. The units of the 8th Legion at the forefront would naturally be attacked from all directions. The legionnaires had to hide behind their shields, shoulder to shoulder and back to back. The tight formation became even tighter due to the pressure from all directions, making it harder for them to be overwhelmed. But the narrow space made it difficult for them to swing their spears. So the soldiers in the 2 outermost rows of the phalanx had thrown away their long weapons and pulled out their short swords. In such a narrow and crowded space, they had the advantage of killing the enemy. The platoon leader in the center of the phalanx kept shouting, "Brothers, hold on! Hold on! Our counterattack is about to begin." Yes, while the phalanxes of the Dionysia were attacked from all directions, the Holy Legion soldiers in the gaps were also attacked from all directions. But compared to the 8th Legion, who had a premeditated and well-prepared defense and the unique division system of the Dionysia military system, the Holy Legion was able to command each and every one of its soldiers. The Carthage's Sacred Legion had been implementing tactics similar to the traditional Greek phalanx. Since the beginning of the pursuit, their formation had been completely scattered. The Holy Legion soldiers, who had lost their organization, were like a plate of loose sand. Although they felt that something was wrong and launched a fierce attack on the 8th Legion, their attacks were disorderly and could not deal effective damage to the unified Dionysia units. On the contrary, they could not form effective coordination. After blocking the attacks from the opponents in front, they could not defend against the stabbing swords and spears from the sides and back. Their casualty rate was far higher than that of the 8th Legion. To make matters worse, the second phase of Leotychides' plan had already begun. The bugle sounded again. The various units of the 8th Legion of Daionia began to advance and converge inwards, while the reserve troops at the rear slowly pressed forward. The entire Daionia formation was like a wet cloth, squeezing out the moisture contained in the cloth. However, it was difficult for the Holy Knights who were squeezed into the gaps of the Dionia formation because there were more Holy Knights outside. While they fought against the Dionia soldiers, they also blocked the retreat of their comrades who were trapped in the formation. But with the current situation, it was almost impossible. First of all, they had not yet been attacked fiercely by the Dionysian army. The phalanxes of Dionia, which were at the forefront of contact with the enemy, were still in a defensive position. Secondly, they lacked a unified command and could not retreat of their own accord. Therefore, if the 8th Legion wanted to transform from a checkerboard formation to a complete phalanx, it meant that the Carthage Holy Knights in the formation had to be eliminated. Since then, the bugle was like the footsteps of the Grim Reaper, and the battle in the lowlands had suddenly entered a white-hot state of either you die or I live. Monadino, who had always liked to command from behind the scenes, rode across the Platani River and slowly followed behind the pursuing Holy Knights. After all, the identity and status of the Holy Knights among the Carthage people was different from that of the ordinary Carthage army. It was something that the Phoenician army, mercenary army, and Namibian army could not compare to, so he must pay more attention to it. Not long after, the scout he sent out to investigate the situation returned from the front. "My lord, the Holy Knights have been intercepted by the Dionysian army." The Dionysian army. Monadino was surprised. He had thought that there were many Dionia soldiers among the retreating enemy. It's impossible for the Dionia to organize reinforcements so quickly. And aren't they afraid that their formation will be broken by the retreating enemy? "Yes, my lord, it is indeed the Dionysian army. They are dressed in full black armor and arranged in small phalanxes." Monadino had not studied the Dionysian army in detail before. After listening to the description of the scout, he was even more puzzled. Did the Dionia fail to form a phalanx in a hurry? Or did they deliberately do so to make it easier for the retreating enemy to escape? But as the scouts reported back, the doubts in his heart began to turn into uneasiness. After all, the Dionia were able to form a similar formation over an area of more than 2 miles wide, completely blocking the entire lowlands. This was obviously not something that could be done in a hurry. Were the Dionia not afraid that their strange and loose formation would be broken by the Holy Knights? But when he thought about it, he understood something. After all, the information brought back by the scouts gave him a quick understanding of the terrain here. The Holy Knights were deep in the lowlands, with hills on both sides and the barracks of the Dionia coalition army on top. The Greeks could come down from the hills and attack the rear of the Holy Knights. At the thought of this, Monadino became nervous. He turned around and looked behind him. There were only 3,000 Namibian cavalrymen who had just arrived. He immediately asked his adjutant, "Where are the other troops?" "My lord, they are on their way. Tell them to hurry up." Monadino snapped. "Yes, my lord. Wait. Immediately inform the Namibian troops not to come here. Go straight across the river and attack the Dionia barracks." Monadino pointed to the hill in the distance on his right and said firmly. He then pointed to the slightly smaller hill in the distance on his left. "Let Riguka lead the militia to attack the enemy camp." The reason Monadino made such a choice was that the coalition camp in the south was very close to Minoa City. In fact, they were at the north and south ends of the same hill. It would be more difficult to attack it because they also had to guard against a surprise attack from the army in Minoa City. So, he handed this difficult task to the Namibians. According to the intelligence they just received, the area of the hill to the north was much smaller. Correspondingly, the barracks on it were also smaller, and the number of Greek soldiers stationed there were definitely not that many. Therefore, Monadino handed over this relatively easy target to his own people. The adjutant rode away with the messenger. Monadino divided the Namibian cavalrymen into 2 parts, positioned on both sides of the entrance to the lowlands, and spread out their formation. Once they found the enemy coming down from the hill, they would rush up and attack them with javelins and rams, delaying their attack on the Holy Knights and buying time for the arrival of reinforcements. After making these arrangements, Monadino was still a little worried. After a while, the adjutant rushed back to report, "The Namibian troops have begun to attack the enemy camp." After a while, the 12,000 soldiers of the militia of the Duke of Carthage ran behind him, and the enemy camps on both sides did not show any obvious signs of an attack. Only the enemy's light infantry were throwing arrows and javelins down the hill. While he was relieved, he also sternly ordered all troops to speed up the attack on the enemy barracks and dispel any attempt by the enemy to besiege the Holy Knights. All the deployments were already in progress. Mana Dino quietly waited for the Sacred Legion to defeat the Dionysian army in front of them. But for such a long time, the Holy Knights in front had been stagnant in place and did not move a step forward. On the battlefield, which was about 2 miles long and dozens of meters thick, neither the Holy Knights of Carthage nor the Legion of Dionysia had encountered such a battle before. It was like a kind of stuffed bread in Kristoya's restaurant. The front and back were still clear, but the two sides in the middle were intertwined and completely mixed together. But the Dionia soldiers were deliberately doing so, and the Holy Knights were forced to do so. Amidst the sound of the bugle, as the Dionia formation continued to move forward and inward, the space between the soldiers on both sides was further compressed, so much so that even turning around and waving their arms became a little difficult. Spears and spears could not be used anymore, so the Holy Knights had to draw their swords. Some of them felt that their swords were too long, so they simply swung their fists. With only 2 shields between them and such a close distance, the Holy Knights even headbutt their opponents and tore their enemies apart with their bare hands. They glared and bared their fangs and roared. The arrogance and elegance of the nobles had long disappeared. The only reason they behaved so valiantly was because they were fighting for survival in a hopeless situation. At this time, the small phalanx of Dionia could not maintain its integrity. The desperate fighting of the Holy Knights had caused many cracks to appear in the formation. But the structure of the phalanx was still there, and its core organization was still there. The soldiers were still able to unite, cooperate with each other, and continue to carry out the plan. The soldiers of the 8th Legion hid their entire bodies behind their shields, almost not using their eyes to observe their opponents. The short swords in their right hands kept stabbing forward, but almost every stab did not miss. If the short swords hit a hard object and could not move an inch, then it must have hit the opponent's round shield. If the short swords hit an obstacle, the opponent would let out a muffled grunt and thrust forward. Then it must have hit the chest armor. If the short swords hit a slight obstacle, but could continue to thrust forward smoothly, and the opponent would let out a cry of agony, then it must have hit an unguarded part of the body, such as the arm or thigh. When the opponent fell to the ground, the soldiers of the 8th Legion carefully squeezed forward. At the same time, they had to prevent themselves from being tripped by the enemy on the ground. Otherwise, if their comrades could not pull them up in time, they would be repeatedly trampled by the crowd and die tragically. That was the most terrifying thing in this chaotic battle. Although it was difficult for the 8th Legion to regroup, they were still pushing forward slowly. Chapter 738. During the construction of the camp, Leotychides had requested that the camp of his allies be built in the same style as Dionia's camp. This made it much more difficult for the Carthage army to attack, especially the Namibian army. When they attacked Minoa city previously, they had suffered many losses and suffered many casualties. Their morale was low, and their movements were cautious. Therefore, even though they had the advantage in numbers, they did not put much pressure on the southern camp. However, the situation was not optimistic for the northern camp. The hill was not large, and the terrain was rather short. Therefore, the area of the camp was smaller, making it easier to attack. The 12,000 soldiers that Carthage was in charge of attacking the northern camp were mainly made up of Carthage civilians. A small portion of them were citizens of the neighboring Phoenician states, such as Utica. Compared to the Namibians, this army was much more enthusiastic and well-equipped. Most of them were heavy infantry. At this time, the main defensive force of the northern camp, the Agrigento, was not in the camp. They did not have enough troops to send out to attack the Carthage army, who were doing their best to dismantle the traps. They could only ask the Daionia light infantry, who were sent to the hill to attack the Holy Knights, to retreat to the camp to assist in the battle. However, the arrows and javelins they threw were not enough to cover the Carthage army that surrounded the camp. Just as the Carthaginian army was about to reach the trench, a few thousand Sikar warriors suddenly rushed out from the northern mountains and threw a large number of javelins at the rear guard of the Carthaginian army. Although the Carthaginians had anticipated the appearance of the Sikars and made some preparations, they didn't expect that there would be so many Sikars that came to harass them. As a result, they were caught unprepared. What did you say? 4,000 or 5,000 Sikar appeared in the north. Monadino was shocked. Yes, my lord. The attack of the Sikar caused many casualties to Lord Raguka's army, making it impossible for them to attack the Daionia camp, the scout reported. Damn barbarian! Monadino cursed. After thinking for a moment, he turned to his adjutant and said, Inform the Lamibian cavalry that has nothing better to do to hurry to the north and attack the Sikal army. Chase them back into the mountains so that Raguka can attack the enemy camp with all his might. Also, I want you to personally go to the south and bring 6,000 Lamibians here. The adjutant left after receiving the order. Soon, 3,000 Namibian cavalrymen kicked up a cloud of dust as they galloped north. Monadino, on the other hand, was not in the mood to pay attention to this. He frowned and stared straight ahead. Although the scouts were unable to penetrate deep into the formation and could not understand the true situation, they could tell from the deafening battle cries and the incessant screams that the battle was quite intense. Up until now, the battle had already lasted for more than half an hour, but the Holy Knights were still unable to advance an inch. This made Monadino very uneasy. He wished that he could replace the Sacred Legion with the Namibian troops, but that was impossible. Therefore, he could only mobilize the Namibians to strengthen the Holy Legion's formation and provide them with more strength and support. As the small phalanxes of the 8th Legion of Daionia gradually approached each other, the speed at which the Holy Knights were slaughtering each other increased. This was because the Holy Knights were facing enemies from all directions. The formation of the 8th Legion finally closed up, and the sounds of battle gradually faded away. Even the screams were silenced as the Holy Knights fell to the ground and were trampled by countless feet. Although the 4 divisions under Diocletian's command had finally merged into one, he did not feel relaxed. This was because each division had lost some soldiers, especially the 2 divisions at the front. Moreover, the soldiers who fell in such a fierce melee battle were either seriously injured or dead when the battlefield was cleaned up after the battle. Very few of them could recover. How could he be happy? But now was not the time to be sad. There were still enemies fighting in front of them. At the beginning of the battle, the attack of the Carthage people at the front was a little messy due to the lack of effective command. Now it was even more chaotic. This was because many of the Holy Knights who were pushed out did not want to fight anymore and only wanted to escape. Although they had performed very bravely in the battle, it was for the sake of survival. As the children of the Carthage aristocrats, although they had undergone strict training and had strong bodies, they had never experienced such a fierce battle. Seeing their comrades falling to the ground one by one and being trampled into meat paste, this tragic scene frightened them, making them want to escape from this hell-like place. Therefore, they pushed and shoved the Holy Knights who blocked their way, and even clashed with them. Brothers, attack! Attack! Completely destroy the Carthage people. Diocletian shouted loudly, encouraging the soldiers to continue fighting. The shouts of the team officers rose and fell. Leotychides, who had been closely observing the battle from the mountainside, would not let go of such a good opportunity. Woo! The sonorous sound of a bugle rang through the battlefield. When the reserve troops heard the bugle, they immediately took large strides forward. The entire formation behind them stuck to the formation of the 8th Legion in front of them. The 2 forces merged into one. The powerful forward force of tens of thousands of people was not something that the Holy Knights, who had lost nearly half of their men and whose formation was extremely chaotic, could resist. They retreated continuously and finally collapsed. Malefio, who was originally at the rear of the Holy Knights, was still riding back and forth tirelessly when his army was obstructed by the Dionysian army. He found familiar team officers among the disorderly soldiers and encouraged them to reorganize the soldiers. After a long period of hard work, it seemed that the Holy Knights had regained some order in the midst of battle. However, it suddenly became even more chaotic, and soon the Holy Knights were routed. Malefio was muddle-headed as he was dragged along by the retreating soldiers. His mind was blank as he fled. He could not understand how such an elite Holy Knight army could be so inexplicably defeated. The Legion of Dionysia, who had been fighting fiercely for nearly an hour, did not care about their fatigue and continued their pursuit. They did not give the retreating Carthage Holy Knights any chance to rest and regroup. At the same time, Leotychides also sent out the 4th Cavalry Regiment and the Light Infantry Brigade. These two troops, who were already fast and had been recuperating, charged out of the tunnels on both sides of the Dionia formation. They quickly ran in front of the heavy infantry and pursued the retreating Holy Knights fiercely and continuously. The 6,000 Namibian troops had just entered the lowlands when they were surprised to see the Carthage Holy Knights, who usually flaunted their prowess and wore colorful armor, had now thrown away their beautiful shields and beautiful helmets. Their hair was disheveled as they screamed at them in panic. "Help! Help! The Dionia Holy Knights are coming! Quick! Hurry up and stop them! Quick!" Thousands of Namibians charged at them like stray dogs. The morale of the Namibians was not high to begin with, and they made a rare unified movement. Turn and run. Tens of thousands of routed soldiers ran out of the lowlands in a terrifying manner. Monadino was stunned when he saw the scene. His adjutant tried to persuade him. "Sir, we have lost. Let's retreat to the Camp Dash." Before he could finish, Monadino turned his war horse around and clamped his legs on it. The war horse whinnied as it carried him across the Platani River. Although the Namibians were fleeing, they were not too panicked because there were still Holy Knights running behind them. However, when some of the 4th Cavalry Regiment's cavalry rushed into their rear, panic quickly spread through the entire army, forcing the Namibians to flee. The originally shallow and narrow Platani River became the biggest obstacle on their way. Some people slipped and fell on the mud at the bottom of the river due to panic. They grabbed each other in panic and dragged more people down with them. This blocked the escape of the Holy Knights behind them. They angrily pushed and shoved, and the routed soldiers were in a mess in the river. Then the pursuing Dionia cavalry and infantry stabbed them with their spears and bayonets. Screams rang out, and corpses floated on the surface of the river. Blood dyed the Platani River red. The routed soldiers fled across the river and headed straight for the main camp. The Dionia soldiers were hot on their heels. Due to the previous battle, Monadino had almost emptied the camp of his soldiers. The main camp had no defense at all. The routed soldiers did not dare to stay in the camp for long and continued to flee west. The sudden collapse of the Sacred Legion was beyond the expectations of the two Carthage armies that were attacking the allied armies' camp on both sides. When the Namibian army in the south received the news, they immediately turned around and ran down the mountain. When the Namibian cavalry in the north received the news, they immediately stopped fighting with the cycles and turned their horses to flee west. As a result, they were the ones who fled to the front. On the other hand, the general who led the Carthaginian militia, Raguca, was shocked when he heard the news of the collapse in the middle. He immediately withdrew the troops that were attacking the barracks and reorganized their formation. He wanted to lead them to attack the pursuing Dionian army from the flank in an attempt to reverse the situation and save the fleeing soldiers. However, many of the Carthage soldiers saw the ferocious momentum of the Dionysian army in front of them and felt diffident. They all advised, "General, we'd better retreat. The Sacred Legion has been defeated, and the Namibian cavalry has fled. The Namibians will never stay and fight. If we don't escape now, we may be surrounded by the Greeks. Leguca was still a little hesitant. Bugles sounded in the barracks on the mountain. The Dionysian heavy infantry reserve battalion that Leotyzides had sent to barracks, as well as the Agrigento soldiers who had rushed back to the barracks after regrouping, totaling more than 3,000 people, rushed out of the barracks together towards the Carthaginian army at the foot of the mountain. The thousands of Sicyr soldiers also rushed towards the Carthaginian army from the north. Chapter 739. Even if they were attacked from two sides, with the number and strength of the Carthaginian militia, they were confident that they could block or even counterattack. However, some of the citizen soldiers could not suppress the fear in their hearts. They turned around and fled. Their escape completely took away the courage of the entire army. The soldiers immediately scattered and fled west like a swarm of bees. When they fled across the Platani River and ran toward the camp, they were horrified to find that the camp had already been occupied by the enemy. At this time, they did not have the courage to retake the camp. As the camp blocked their way through the coastal road to escape back to the west of Sicily, they had no choice but to flee into the mountains not far away. However, they had forgotten that the Cycles were not far behind them, and the mountains were their territory. After occupying the Carthaginian main camp, the Dionysian allied army did not stop there. The cavalry, light armored soldiers, and light infantry, who were still full of energy, continued to pursue the routed soldiers westward along the road along the coast. They occupied the small town of Hermes at dusk before stopping their westward march. The messenger sent by Leotychides arrived shortly after. He ordered the troops to temporarily station in Hermes and monitor the enemy's movements in the west. In the evening, the Daionia cavalry, light armored soldiers, and light infantry took turns to enjoy a hot spring bath in the Calogero Valley. This battle was triggered by the soldiers of both sides bathing in the river. In the end, it turned into a decisive battle between the two armies. In the end, the Carthage army suffered a crushing defeat. More than half of the 46,000 soldiers were lost. The Sacred Regiment suffered the heaviest losses. Out of the 10,000 soldiers, only about 2,000 managed to escape back to Selinus. Most of the soldiers were either seriously injured or killed in battle. Next was the Carthage militia. They did not suffer too many casualties when they attacked the camp. However, as they fled across the mountains, they were constantly attacked by the Cycles. Injuries, disorientation, and surrender became the norm. In the end, less than half of the soldiers managed to escape back to Selinus. Next was the 6,000 Namibian soldiers who were prepared to reinforce the Sacred Regiment. The chaos on the Platani River was a painful memory for them. The Namibian cavalry suffered the least losses. The Namibian troops who attacked the south camp only suffered some losses during their escape. Most of them managed to escape back to Selinus. The Daionia coalition army suffered less than 3,000 casualties. Among them, the 8th Legion and the reserve forces suffered nearly 1,000 casualties. Most of them were either seriously injured or dead. Therefore, even though the total number of casualties was not high, Leotychides still felt a heartache. In any case, this was a glorious victory. Not only did it exceed Leotychides' expectations, but it also exceeded the expectations of the Sicilian allies. Therefore, when the news spread, it greatly boosted the confidence of the people in the Sicilian territory of Daionia. It also boosted the confidence of the people in Daonia's alliance and friendly city-states. At the same time, it dealt a blow to the confidence of the people in Carthage's army in the war and shocked the surrounding hostile forces. When the news of the war between Carthage and Daionia reached the mainland of Greece, the people who were the happiest about it were the people of Sparta. At this time, Sparta had a firm grip on the Peloponnesus Peninsula. In northern Greece, Macedonia obeyed Sparta's orders obediently. After being taught a lesson by Sparta, the city-states of Chalcidia also became obedient. Sparta gradually began to increase its control over central Greece. Even the former enemies of Sparta, Athens, Argos, and Corinth, were quiet, which was rare. The people of Sparta thought that they had once again controlled the mainland of Greece. However, there was one thing that stuck in their throats. The secret visit of the priests of Delphi to the kingdom of Dionia had been secretly revealed to Sparta by the priests of Delphi who were close to Sparta. Although the priests of Delphi could not make any waves, and Dionia had also rejected the proposal of the priests of Delphi, it made the people of Delphi wary of the kingdom of Dionia's involvement in the affairs of the mainland of Greece. Thinking back to the time when they were threatened by Dionia, they were forced to sign a friendly agreement with Dionia, which was then reluctantly renewed. This was a great humiliation to the arrogant people of Sparta. Therefore, when they heard that the kingdom of Dionia was at war, and that they had even started a war with Carthage, who was no weaker than them, the people of Sparta were overjoyed. The elders, including King Agesilaus, felt that this was a great opportunity to take revenge. The Council of Elders held meetings for several days. They discussed whether they should break the agreement with Dionia and send troops to the Messapi region not far from the Peloponnese, instigate the independence of the nobles of Messapi, Pacheti, and Dani, just like Carthage did. Sparta had taken in some fugitives from these two races. Then they should break the agreement with Dionia and send troops to the Messapi region not far from the Peloponnese peninsula to incite the independence of the nobles of Messapi, Pacheti, and Dani. Everyone finally reached an agreement on this issue, but there was a heated debate on the issue of when to send the troops. Some elders, led by King Agesilaus, believed that they should send the troops immediately and not give the people of Dionia time to breathe. Other elders, led by King Agesilaus, believed that the war had just begun and Sparta should patiently observe the development of the situation before making a decision. Otherwise, if they intervened too early, they would become the focus of the attack of the Dionysian army. At this time, something big happened in the north, shocking Sparta, forcing the elders of Sparta to stop arguing and focus their attention on Thebes. At night, in the city of Thebes, Philidas prepared a grand banquet, inviting the two elected military governors, Asias and Philips, to attend. He also told them that he would introduce them to some beautiful women of noble birth. The two military governors had always been single and longed for love, so they gladly went. Philidas also invited some friends, so the banquet was very lively and everyone drank to their heart's content. In the middle of the banquet, a messenger barged in, holding a letter written by an official in the city to Asias, saying that it was a matter of great importance and that he must read it immediately. Philidas felt uneasy when he heard this. He gave a look to a friend beside Asias, who immediately understood and said with dissatisfaction, "It's rare to have a moment of fun, and you still have to discuss official business. Aren't you annoyed, Asias?" The others also joined in. Asias couldn't open the letter immediately, and he was still looking forward to meeting the beautiful women. So he waved the messenger away and said, "We'll talk about official business tomorrow." He stuffed the letter under his pillow, then asked in a slightly tipsy tone, "Philidas, where are the beautiful women you mentioned?" Philidas glanced around, pretending to be troubled, and said in a low voice, "They're in the room next door, but there are too many people here. They won't dare to show themselves until all the guests have left." Philips smiled ambiguously. "So they know how to be shy." Philidas deliberately said in a low voice with a straight face, "Of course they're real, cultured girls of the city. They're not some random woman from a brothel." Hearing this, Asias couldn't help but feel itchy and urged the banquet to end. The other guests jeered in dissatisfaction. After drinking for a while, the guests left one after another, leaving only the two drunken military archons behind. At this moment, the girls walked in. They were wearing white robes, himashun, and veils, and they moved cautiously to the side of the two archons. When the two archons couldn't wait to remove their veils, these girls pulled out daggers hidden at their waists and stabbed them in the chest. Asias and Philips died on the spot. The girl in the lead took off her veil, and it turned out to be Pelopidas. It turned out that after the exiles of the Thebes fled to Athens, they were indeed kindly supported by Athens, who stationed them at the border and even provided them with food and weapons. The exiles of the Thebes decided to learn from the famous democratic leader of Athens, Thrasybulus, who had overthrown the 30 tyrants of Athens. They quickly organized an army in Athens, then entered the Boeotia region and marched against the Thebes, attempting to overthrow the oppressive rule of the Sparta faction and regain independence. However, they forgot that the Thebes at this time were not the same as the situation in Athens. They were not only facing the reactionary army organized by their opponents, but also the Sparta army that occupied the Acropolis of the Thebes. Even several city-states in the Boeotia region, such as Praedia and Thespia, were puppets supported by Sparta. Therefore, this army was defeated before it could reach the city of Thebes. After that, the exiles of the Thebes organized 2 more military operations, but they still failed miserably. The exiles paid a lot of casualties, and what was more frightening was that they had lost their confidence. After discussion, everyone agreed that the current Sparta was too strong and had already controlled the Boeotia region. They were not strong enough to recapture the city of Thebes, so they could only lie low, accumulate strength, and wait for a better opportunity. Most people agreed, except for the young Pelopidas. He firmly believed that they could not expect favorable changes in the external situation, because the future was unpredictable, so they should take the initiative to control their own fate. Therefore, he also suggested that they should not take open military action, but use a strategy to recapture the Thebes, such as sending someone to assassinate the leader of the Sparta faction in the city, causing them to lose control of the situation in the city, thus causing chaos. This would be the opportunity for the exiles. However, his proposal was opposed by many because they thought it was too risky, so it was not adopted. Chapter 740. For more than a year after that, the exiles laid low. Although the troops continued to grow, they did not train for war. Instead, their fighting spirit was worn down by time. More and more people sighed, but fewer and fewer were determined to take revenge. Pelopidas, however, had been paying attention to the situation in the west. With the support of the Sparta, the rulers of Thebes were oppressing the city-states. The people were suffering and complaining. The other city-states in Boeotia were also surrendering to Sparta. The strong sense of responsibility made Pelopidas unable to bear it any longer. He decided to take action immediately. Fearing that the secret would be leaked, he did not discuss it with the other leaders of the exiles. Instead, he found 6 like-minded friends in private to help him carry out the plan to recover Thebes that he had been thinking about for a long time. They disguised themselves as hunters and set off from the border of Athens early in the morning. They traveled through the mountains without stopping to rest. When they arrived outside Thebes, it was almost night. So they mixed in with the farmers who were returning to the city from their fields and successfully passed through the city gate. Then they hid in the house of their good friend Sharon and asked Sharon to send a slave to summon another good friend of his, Philetus, the clerk under the military governor. After some discussion, they decided on the next night's banquet. Now that they had successfully killed the 2 pro-Spartan military governors, Pelopidas had just breathed a sigh of relief when Philetus anxiously raised the letter in his hand. Pelopidas, the situation is not good. Someone found out about our plan and wrote a letter to inform us. Pelopidas hurriedly took the letter and read it. The content of the letter was a warning to Archias. Some exiles have sneaked into the city and are trying to assassinate the pro-Sparta leaders. Remind him to be careful. Pelopidas's expression changed. He quickly asked who wrote this. Philetus shook his head. There is no signature on the letter. The messenger left immediately after delivering the letter. It seems that this person is not a good friend of Thebes. Perhaps he is just an ordinary city official who accidentally saw you in the city. After all, although Pelopidas was young, he still had some reputation among the people of Thebes. What should we do now? The others looked at Pelopidas nervously. Pelopidas calmed down and said with a firm expression, "Didn't we make a wish to Zeus when we set off? We were ready to sacrifice ourselves. Things had already progressed to this point. Could it be that they were going to retreat midway? We should hurry up and complete our plan before the enemy understands the situation. Pelopidas's words gave the others a boost of confidence. They quickly reached a consensus and left the mansion under the cover of the night. They went to the home of the two real leaders of the Pro-Patha faction, Leontiadas and Zapatas. The lecherous Zapatas was spending the night in a high-class brothel in the city. Sharon had already bribed the people in the brothel. The exiles easily entered the bedroom and stabbed him to death. Leontiadas was not as careless as his colleagues. He never went out at night, and there were guards in the mansion, so the security was tight. However, Pelopidas had already planned the assassination. He had not been idle for more than a year at the border of Athens. He asked Sharon in Thebes to find an opportunity to contact these guards. In the end, he persuaded some of the guards who hated Sparta to drink their colleagues and quietly opened the door for Pelopidas. When Pelopidas entered the bedroom, Leontiadas was still asleep. Pelopidas covered his mouth with his hand and stabbed a sharp dagger into his heart. Leontiadas, the cunning Pro-Patha leader who caused the fall of Thebes and countless deaths and injuries, died a violent death. Then, Pelopidas rushed to the prison with some guards. They pretended to be Leontiadas's followers and used his personal token to trick the door open. Then, when they were unprepared, they killed all the jailers and released all the Antipatha, people who were imprisoned. They thanked Pelopidas, but Pelopidas asked them to go to the city immediately and contact all the people who were dissatisfied with Sparta. Everyone was happy to accept the order. So in the middle of the night, the city of Thebes became restless. The Pro-Patha people noticed the abnormality, but they could not contact their leaders at all, so they could not respond in time. The Sparta people in Acropolis did not know what was going on in the city because no one had informed them. They did not dare to act rashly in the dark and could only guard the city. At the break of dawn, the whole city of Thebes was in an uproar. Most of the people in the city rushed to the square, including Epaminondas. When Pelopidas secretly told him his plan in a letter, Epaminondas, like some of Pelopidas's friends, was against such a risky plan. But now, when he saw Pelopidas standing on the central platform of the square and showing the corpses of Leontiadas and his companions to the people, he could not help but be amazed by Pelopidas's resolute and courageous action. Such a seemingly difficult thing had actually been done by him. Pelopidas bitterly told the people about the crimes committed by Sparta and Pro-Patha Sparta in Thebes, so that the people in the square could empathize with him. Then he made an impassioned appeal to the people of Thebes to take up arms, unite and bravely fight the traitors and the invaders, avenge the dead compatriots, and let Thebes regain freedom and independence. The people's blood boiled. They chanted Pelopidas' name, excitedly crowning the instigators who participated in the assassination led by Pelopidas. At the same time, they unanimously elected Pelopidas and Philetas as military governors. The two accepted the appointment without hesitation and announced the establishment of the Council of 100 of Thebes, whose members would be rotated by the citizens of Thebes every month. The Council of 100 was established as the highest authority in the city. The people cheered and celebrated the establishment of a democratic government in Thebes. Then Pelopidas immediately issued an order to the people: pick up shields and spears, form an army, capture all pro-Spartan people, and take back the Acropolis occupied by the Spartan army. At the same time, they had to defend against the Spartan army that might come to intervene. The people of Thebes immediately took action. The Pro-Patha Sparta members were either killed or imprisoned. Only a few managed to escape from Thebes. When the heavily armed militia gathered in the square again, Pelopidas did not immediately lead the army. He requested that Epaminondas be appointed as the commander of the army to fight side by side with him. Many of the soldiers did not even know who Epaminondas was. But at this time, Pelopidas's prestige was very high, and most of the people chose to agree out of trust. When they saw an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man with a scholarly air walking on the platform, they could not help but regret the choice they had just made. But Pelopidas was overjoyed. He knew Epaminondas' ability, so he excitedly said to him, "Epaminondas, we can finally fight together again." Epaminondas looked calm on the surface, but he was very excited in his heart. He was a modest and low-key man. Because of his aversion to factional warfare, he did not participate in the series of political adventures undertaken by Pelopidas. He spent most of his time reading books, playing music, and exercising. But when the people shouted victory, the rising revolutionary enthusiasm also infected him. Moreover, his close friend trusted him so much that even though he knew the difficult situation that the new government of Thebes would face, he did not hesitate to say, "I will do my best to defend Thebes with the people." Epaminondas was now 41 years old, and this was the first time he held a public office in a city-state, but it was an important position related to the rise and fall of the city-state. At this time, the soldier guarding the south gate hurriedly reported, "A small group of Spartans came out of Acropolis and broke through their blockade, escaping the city." It turned out that a member of the pro-Spartan faction had run into the Acropolis and secretly reported the shocking news to the Spartan commander that there was a riot in the city. The pro-Spartan government had been overthrown, and the leader had been killed. When the commander heard this, he was shocked. However, he only had 400 soldiers under him, which was too little. Without the cooperation of the Thebans, he didn't dare send them out to quell the rebellion. Even if the soldiers were all very brave and fierce, they couldn't possibly be a match for a few thousand angry Thebans. Thus, he quickly made a decision. Taking advantage of the fact that there had just been a riot in Thebes and the rioters hadn't completely taken control of the city, he quickly sent people to force their way out of the city and ask for help from the Spartan garrison in the neighboring cities of Plataea and Thespeia. The news brought by the city guard made the rebels nervous. At this time, Epaminondas, who had just been appointed commander of the army, volunteered. "Pero, please let me lead a unit to the south gate to stop the incoming Sparta reinforcements, while you go and take back Acropolis." Pelopidas saw the determination in Epaminondas' eyes and answered without hesitation, "Okay." Then he immediately assigned 3,500 men to Epaminondas, leaving only 2,000 soldiers for himself. The generals assigned to Epaminondas were all his close friends, and they were also familiar with Epaminondas, so that it would be easier for Epaminondas to command them. Epaminondas did not have time to thank him and hurried to the south gate with the army. At this time, another military governor, Philetas, asked worriedly, "Can Epaminondas stop the Sparta reinforcements? Shouldn't we be more prepared?" Library of Literature. Chapter 741. Pelopidas immediately replied, "If even Epaminondas can't stop the enemy, then no one can defeat the Spartans." The people around them didn't understand why Pelopidas had so much confidence in Epaminondas. As far as they knew, although Epaminondas had participated in many battles before, he had always been a soldier or an officer. He had never commanded an army in battle. However, Pelopidas's confidence had infected them. Other than that, they didn't have any better ideas. So they could only suppress their worries and lead the rest of the militia towards the citadel with Pelopidas. On the way to the south gate, Epaminondas had already come up with a strategy to deal with the enemy. Having lived in the city of Thebes for decades, he was familiar with the surrounding terrain. He knew that the main city of Thebes was located in the lowlands between the mountains, especially the south gate. Both sides of the citadel were protruding mountains, forming a trumpet-shaped terrain. Therefore, when they arrived at the south gate, he told the others his plan, to hide 800 people in the mountains on both sides of the south gate. When the enemy's reinforcements arrived, he would lead the rest of the civilian soldiers out of the citadel. Once the two sides met, the soldiers in ambush on both sides would immediately attack the enemy's flanks. Some people objected that it was too risky to fight outside the citadel, especially against the Sparta army. It was better to rely on the citadel for defense. Epaminondas immediately refuted this conservative idea. He said calmly, "The new government of Thebes has just been established, and it is not stable yet. Moreover, the citadel is still occupied by the enemy. If we allow the Sparta army to gather outside the citadel and attack the Thebes, then the battle will become very long. When the Sparta army arrives, the battle will become even more difficult. In the long run, the mentality of the people may change. So, we must take advantage of the time when the enemy arrives at Thebes and take the initiative to defeat them one by one. This is the only way to buy time for the revival of Thebes. Everyone was convinced by him. They didn't expect that this usually taciturn person could say such touching words. Of course, there were also people who asked, "What if Sparta didn't take the bait and didn't attack us?" Epaminondas replied calmly, "Then we'll go back to the city. It won't do us any harm. Even if they discover our army ambushing in the mountains, they won't dare to chase after them because we are the most familiar with the terrain here. However, I believe that the arrogant Sparta will immediately attack us, hoping to recapture Thebes as soon as possible. Damn Sparta! We won't let them succeed." Everyone loudly expressed their anger and determination towards Sparta. Epaminondas said in a low voice, "Everyone, let us work together and make this battle a nightmare for Sparta." Thus, the high-spirited crowd began to deploy according to Epaminondas' plan. The messengers requesting for help were the first to arrive at Plataea, which was closest to Thebes. When the general of the Sparta garrison received the news that there was a riot in Thebes and the pro-Sparta government had been overthrown, he was shocked. He knew that if they lost Thebes, Sparta's control over the Boeotia region would be in big trouble. Therefore, without hesitation, he led 2,000 garrison soldiers, most of whom were soldiers of the Peloponnesus alliance, and quickly marched towards Thebes. They arrived outside the city of Thebes at dusk. Then he was surprised to see that the Thebes actually came out of the city and formed a battle formation. They even hit their round shields with their spears, provoking the advancing Sparta army. How could the general of Sparta allow the defeated army of Sparta to be so arrogant? Moreover, the number of Thebes was only a little more than his own army. Therefore, regardless of the fatigue of his soldiers, he immediately arranged his army into a battle formation of the same length as the opponent and blew the bugle to attack. At the same time, Epaminondas also gave the order to attack. He himself was at the forefront of the battle formation, raising his shield and spear high. He took the lead and charged towards the enemy. The morale of the Thebes was high. The Sparta army, after a long journey, was slightly exhausted. At the beginning of the battle, they were at a disadvantage. When they recovered, they began to rely on their rich combat experience and stronger killing skills to slowly turn the tide of the battle. Then the ambush of Thebes suddenly attacked from both sides, fiercely attacking the flanks and rear of the Sparta army. The Sparta army was caught off guard and was immediately routed. The soldiers scattered in all directions. The entire battle lasted for less than half an hour. The Thebes won the final victory. While they cheered, they also looked at the mastermind of this battle, the previously unknown Epaminondas, with admiration. This ordinary-looking, middle-aged man had won their trust with just this battle alone. Another Sparta garrison from Thespiae, which was about to reach the city of Thebes, was shocked when they heard the news of the crushing defeat of the Thracian army. The commander of the army, Sphodilas, thought that he did not have enough troops and did not dare to advance. Instead, he retreated west to a small town halfway between Thespiae and Thebes. When Epaminondas learned that the enemy had retreated, he immediately led his army back into the city. He stationed himself at the top of the city wall and sent someone to report the good news of victory to the two military governors. At this time, Peropides and Philidas were leading the citizen soldiers to attack the Acropolis for a day, but they were unable to take it down. After all, although the Acropolis was small, the walls were very strong. Moreover, it was located on a hill and there was only one path, which made it impossible for the Thebes to deploy their superior forces. Moreover, the Sparta army was surrounded on all sides and had no way to retreat. Therefore, they fought desperately, causing the Thebes to fail to attack the city many times. Both the generals and the soldiers felt a little discouraged. At this time, the good news of the South Gate army defeating the Sparta reinforcements came, lifting everyone's spirits and raising their morale. The generals also talked about Epaminondas with smiles on their faces. Philidas even praised him repeatedly. "Peropides, you are right. Epaminondas is indeed an excellent general. The next day, the news of the Thebes coup d'état spread throughout central Greece. Countless Thebes exiles began to rush back to their motherland from all directions to defend the new Thebes government. The exiles from Athens were the largest force among them. For the citizens of Athens, this was something they were very happy to see. Although the council did not express any opinion on this matter, many volunteers from Athens followed the exiles to the Thebes and prepared to fight side by side with the Thebes. This included 2 newly elected generals this year, who joined the volunteer team as private individuals. The group of exiles marched west excitedly. Along the way, they also fought several battles with the Sparta allies who were also rushing to the Thebes and were stationed in some of the cities in the Boeotia region. They won all of the battles. The Thebes continued to receive reinforcements and their strength skyrocketed. The Sparta reinforcements of the Thebes could only retreat. On this day, the attack of the Thebes on the Acropolis failed again. However, the general of Sparta did not feel happy. He stood at the top of the Acropolis and looked down. He could clearly see the increasing number of enemies at the foot of the hill. It was obvious that the Thebes had received reinforcements from outside. At the same time, this also meant that the attack of the Sparta reinforcements against the Thebes had failed. This not only made him, but also the Sparta soldiers in the Acropolis, feel a little hopeless. At this time, Peropides sent an envoy to negotiate with the general of Sparta in the Acropolis. He proposed a condition: let the Sparta return the Acropolis, and the Thebes will let them leave safely. The 2 sides finally reached an agreement. The return of the Acropolis allowed the new government led by Peropides and Philetus to completely liberate the Thebes. While the people in the city cheered, the leaders led by Peropides still looked solemn. This was because they knew that the test for the Thebes had just begun. The people of Sparta would not give up so easily. On the 3rd day, the news finally reached Sparta and shocked the Council of Elders. They no longer had the mood to cause trouble for Dionia. Instead, they had to quickly gather all their strength to put out the fire caused by the Thebes. After some discussion, the Council of Elders decided to let Aegisaporus, who had been the king of Sparta for less than 2 years, lead the army. Therefore, Sparta began to recruit soldiers from the alliance of Peloponnesus. Just as Leotychides led the Dionia coalition army to defeat Carthage's army, intercepting a large number of supplies, the outer city of Therodium on the north coast was breached by the Iberian army. How did the city, which had been steadily defending for nearly 10 days and which had caused Hasdrubal's army to fail many times, suddenly fall? It turned out that after several failed attacks, Hasdrubal realized that a frontal attack would be too costly and difficult to break through, so he used the Iberian infantry. The Iberian infantry under Hasdrubal came from the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula, all recruited from the native tribes conquered by the Magrids. There were a total of 4,000 of them, and almost all of them wore ethnic clothing made of white linen with purple edges. They did not wear any armor, and instead wore thick leather hats. They were equipped with large oval shields, javelins, and the most common, yet terrifying short sword hung from their waists. The style and length of the short sword were very similar to the short sword of Dionia, and they were also extremely sharp. The only difference was that the front of the sword was slightly curved. These Iberians were not only brave and valiant, they were also good at fighting in the mountains. This was something that the Carthage people who had always lived on the flat coast of northern Africa could not compare to. Chapter 742. After receiving Hasdrubal's order, the Iberian infantrymen carried rations and weapons and began to cross the mountains to the south. Hasdrubal, on the other hand, continued to attack Therodium to attract the attention of the defenders. The Iberian infantrymen crossed the mountains and took a big detour, appearing at the mountain pass behind Therodium in the early hours of the 3rd day. The Therodium camp at the mountain pass was not well prepared and quickly fell under the fierce attack of the Iberian infantrymen. The Iberians then quickly approached the east side of Therodium. The Therodians quickly received the news that the enemy had appeared at their rear and panicked. After receiving the reminder from the Ionians, the Carthaginians only focused on reinforcing the western wall within a limited period of time. As for the eastern wall, they only had time to make simple repairs. Not only were the walls short, but there were also no defensive facilities outside the city. However, the Carthaginians believed that this direction wouldn't be attacked by the Carthaginians for the time being. After all, this was already within the sphere of influence of the Ionians, and they could receive reinforcements from the Ionians at any time. If the Carthaginians wanted to land here, they would have to take a huge risk. As for the Carthaginians wanting to climb over the mountains, the towering ridges weren't easy to climb, and the Carthaginians weren't good at it. However, they did not expect the thing they were most worried about to happen. At this time, Hasdrubal's army also launched a strong attack on Therodium's walls from the west. The defenders of Therodium were immediately outnumbered. They had a premonition that the situation was dire, and hurriedly organized all the citizens who could fight to defend the walls. At the same time, they also sent people to the port to take fast ships to Messina to ask for help. In addition, they arranged for the citizens in the city to retreat to the port. In fact, there were Dionia's fast ships patrolling and observing the situation on the sea near Therodium every day. When they saw Carthage's army appear on the east side of Therodium, they knew that the situation was not good and immediately returned to Messina. Thus, when Therodium's messenger came to ask for help, the governor of Messina, Amicris, had already organized a fleet to send out reinforcements. Accompanying them was the third fleet. After Carthage's army divided into two and attacked the east from the north and south coasts at the same time, Sicorian had to divide the Sicilian fleet into two as well. The first fleet was stationed in Catania, while the third fleet was stationed in Messina. As the war progressed, most of the warships of the first fleet were stationed in the military port of Gela. This was to prevent Carthage's fleet from assisting the ground forces on the two coasts and landing at the rear of the friendly city-states of Ionia. At the same time, they could also protect the convoys that transported supplies or refugees. This time, the third fleet was deployed for the latter purpose. When Dionia's fleet arrived at the sea near the city of Ceredium, the defense of the east wall of Ceredium had already been broken by the Iberian infantry. The militia had no choice but to abandon the defense of the wall. Some of them retreated to defend the city, while others retreated to the port. Fortunately, when Ceredium was first built, although the port was included in the city, it was separated by a wall. The original purpose of the wall was to prevent slaves and free people from the port from entering the city at will and disrupt the order in the city. Now the wall had played a key role. The militia of Ceredium set up defenses on the wall of the port in advance. They destroyed the stone stairs to the wall and blocked the entrance to the port. After all, the main purpose of the wall was to prevent enemies from the port from entering the city. They only hoped to buy time for the people to escape from the port. After the ships in the port were filled with the people of Ceredium, they quickly left one after another. Dionia's fleet also quickly entered the port and continued to pick up the frightened people at the dock. Some ships from Tyndaris, Caeliact, and Haluntium also came to rescue. Although the situation was a little chaotic and there were even collisions and capsizing of ships, at this moment, all the sailors of the Greek city-states on the north coast were working together to rescue the people. There was only one thought in their minds: save the people of Ceredium as soon as possible to avoid being slaughtered by Carthage's people. Ceredium was not a big city and had a small population. Soon, the old, the young, the women, and the children all boarded the ships and began to load the militia who had rushed to the dock. The warships of the third fleet were displayed on the sea west of the port to prevent a sudden attack from the Carthage fleet. A fast ship sailed over and reported to the commander of the third fleet, Phralios on the flagship, "All the people of Ceredium in the port have boarded the ship." Phralios nodded to show that he understood. He did not have much energy for such a risk-free escort mission. It was not that he did not consider letting the infantry on the Raven warship land at the port to help the people of Ceredium defend the port. However, after understanding the actual situation, he gave up on the idea. He did not think that the 4,000 infantry on the Raven warship would be able to stop the attack of 20,000 enemies who were about to break into the city with just a weak city wall. It was not worth it to lose the infantry that they had trained with so much effort in this unimportant place. After the fleet has left, we will return to the port. Frelios had just passed on the order. Suddenly, the lookout on the mast shouted, "General, there are enemies ahead!" Frelios' heart skipped a beat as he looked into the distance. Through the gaps between the many warships, he saw 2 yellow flags on the top of the westernmost warship. It's Carthage's fleet. The number of warships is about the same as ours. Frelios immediately made a judgment based on the flags. A yellow flag meant that there were enemies. 1 yellow flag meant that the enemy fleet was smaller than Dionia's fleet. 2 yellow flags meant that both sides had about the same number of ships. 3 yellow flags meant that the enemy fleet had more ships than the Dionysian fleet. 4 yellow flags meant that the enemy fleet had more ships than the Dionysian fleet. Frelios was instantly energized. He immediately changed his order. Blow the bugle and raise the black flag. On the flagship, 5 trumpeters blew the curved bronze bugle at the same time. The sound echoed through the sea, and a long black flag flew high on the mast. Under the night sky, there must be stars. Stars in the sky was the most typical tactic of the Dionian Navy. It could maximize the power of the Raven warship. It was with it that the newly built Dionian Navy defeated the powerful Syracuse Navy. But after 10 years of development, due to the change in the composition of the fleet's warships, this tactic had changed again. He needed a big battle to verify its effectiveness. After receiving the order, all the captains and crew members of the warships immediately became excited. The deck operators began to lift the drawbridge from the deck to the foremast. The helmsman adjusted the direction of the warship and began to arrange the formation. The sailors began to swallow their rations and grease their seat cushions. The infantrymen sitting in the aisle at the bottom of the cabin began to put on their armor. Everyone was rubbing their palms and anxiously waiting for the arrival of the naval battle. The fleet coming from the west came from Iberia. To be precise, it was under the command of Governor Margot of Iberia. The coastal terrain of Africa was flat, but there were no tall and strong trees. A famous seafaring race like the Carthage had long used the Iberian Peninsula as an important resource base, not only because of the rich gold and silver mines there, but also because of the rich timber resources there. Most of the wood used by Carthage's ships came from Iberia. After Margot became the governor of Iberia, he did not have the right to command the fleet at first. In fact, in the process of conquering southern Iberia, he did not need the fleet most of the time. But Margot considered that in the future, when he wanted to use the army in other places, it would be a big problem to transport troops at sea without the protection of the fleet. If he wanted to mobilize the Carthage fleet to Iberia, he would definitely be obstructed by the Senate headed by Hanno. So he decided to use the money he earned in Iberia and Iberia's trees to build his own fleet. A few years later, an Iberian fleet consisting of 123-oared warships, plus small and medium-sized warships, totaling 180 warships, was formed. Its commander was Audiobook of the Maganid family. Half of the sailors came from Phoenicia and the rest from Namibia and Mauritania. None of them were Carthage's people. The fleet soon traversed the coast of Iberia and near the Pillar of Hercules. After Hanno knew about it, he was very afraid of it. So this time, when the fleet escorted Hasdrubal's army to Lille, Hanno instructed Anubis, the commander of the Carthage fleet, to incorporate it. This was firmly opposed by Audiobook, who said, Lord Margot only agreed to let the army be under the command of Montenegro, but did not say that the fleet should also be under the command of the Carthage navy. Anubis retorted, since they are all Carthage's army, of course, there should be unified command, so that it will be advantageous to the battle. It will be advantageous to Carthage. Audiobook refused to obey, and the two sides almost had a conflict. In the end, the lawsuit was brought to the Senate, and the Senate had to send someone to discuss it with Margot again. In this way, tedious negotiations began again. The two fleets, one docked in Carthage and the other docked in Lille, were in a stalemate with each other. This was why Montenegro had not seen the Carthage fleet appear near the south coast of Sicily to protect his troops. Until Hasdrubal learned of this matter, he asked for the fleet to come and help on the grounds that he was about to capture the city of Serodium and to prevent the enemy from escaping by sea. This was why the Iberian fleet happened to appear here. Chapter 743. At this moment, the Iberian fleet had also discovered the enemy in front of them. Audiobook had also quickly prepared his fleet for battle. He had adopted a single-column formation. This formation was mainly focused on one-on-one combat. It had a higher requirement for every sailor's ability to control the ship. Thus, it could be seen that the Iberian fleet thought highly of themselves. In fact, the triple-oared warships were originally invented by the Phoenicians. Even the naval collision tactics were pioneered by them. However, the centuries-old maritime tradition was both the glory of the Carthage fleet and their shackles. Even when the powerful Syracuse navy suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the rising Ionian navy more than a decade ago, it didn't affect the Carthage navy too much. On the contrary, the majority of the Carthage navy believed that the Syracuse navy's handling skills were too poor, which led to the defeat. If it were them, they would never make the stupid mistake of the Syracuse navy. As for the Ionian navy, their tactics had always been improving. This could be seen from the current formation of the Third Fleet. The front half of the formation was made up of triple-oared warships with crow suspension bridges. There were a total of 100 triple-oared warships, while the back half was made up of 50 triple-oared warships arranged in a column without crow suspension bridges. On both sides of the Starry Sky formation were 50 small and medium-sized warships arranged loosely. This was the result of continuous improvements made by the Ionian Ministry of Military Affairs and several high-ranking naval officers after the naval battles with the Syracuse Navy. Based on the flaws revealed by the Crow warships and the problems discovered during training, every fleet adopted a mix of Crow warships and triple-oared warships. Basically, the Crow warships made up 2/3 of the triple-oared warships, while the regular triple-oared warships made up 1/3 of the triple-oared warships. The Navy had also modified the structure of the two types of triple-oared warships. The Crow warships mainly relied on suspension bridges to lock down enemy ships and relied on infantry to win battles. Hence, their hulls were longer and wider. This ensured that the bottoms were spacious, and the infantrymen inside would not feel cramped. After all, with the expansion of the kingdom's territory, it was impossible for the fleets to engage in battle with the enemy as soon as they left the port. Often, they would patrol for a day or two without finding any traces of the enemy. This was to ensure that the sailors and infantrymen on the ships had a more comfortable living environment, which was beneficial to maintaining their combat effectiveness. At the same time, the Crow warships added some weight to the stern. This ensured that after the suspension bridge was installed, the front and rear of the warships could maintain balance, and the navigation would be more stable. If the Crow warships sacrificed speed to ensure comfort and safety, then the Ionia's regular triple-oared warships had to compensate for the Crow warships' lack of speed. Hence, their hulls were narrow and shorter, shaped like willow leaves. Even their masts were shorter, and the number of sailors on each warship was reduced to 150. The Ministry of Military Affairs gathered many of Ionia's famous shipwrights to repeatedly modify and test the triple-oared warships. Finally, the triple-oared warships were finalized. As a result, their top speed could reach 15 knots, and their agility was relatively high. Hence, the sailors of Ionia called them the fast triple-oared warships. Under normal circumstances, these fast triple-oared warships would be arranged at the rear of the fleet. When the battle began, they would shuttle between the gaps of the warships, protecting the Crow warships that were boarding the warships and ramming the enemy ships that attempted to circle to the rear. When the enemy fleet retreated, The triple-oared warships would use their faster speed to pursue and expand the results of the battle. This was an encounter battle. Neither side avoided the battle. On the contrary, the sailors were very enthusiastic about the battle. Soon, they followed the order of their commander and adjusted the warships in the area of 10 miles around them, lining up. Listening to the piper's flute, they chanted orderly chants and pushed the oars with all their might. As the oars moved faster and faster, the warships broke through the waves and moved as fast as they could, as if they were flying. The warships at the forefront of both sides were about to collide. The commander of the Iberian Navy, Audiobook, who was at the rear, heard the cry of the lookout on the mast and clenched his fists in excitement. The first battle between Carthage and Ionia was about to begin. He firmly believed that victory would belong to the Carthage, who had a long history of sailing. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the Raven drawbridges spun and fell, smashing through the deck of the enemy's ship and connecting the two warships together. Hades! 40 infantrymen of the Dionysian fleet rushed out from the bottom of the warships, crossing the suspension bridges in high spirits and killing the enemy ships. These infantrymen of the fleet were very different from the soldiers of the legion that had been loaded on the warships at the beginning. Not only were there 10 fewer people, but they were also wearing leather helmets and armor, holding a completely wooden shield in their left hand and wearing leather sandals with crisscrossing grooves on the soles. These changes in weapons and equipment, as well as the reduction in weight, were more conducive to their flexibility in fighting on the warships, and it was not easy for them to slip on the slippery deck. When the infantrymen of the Dionysian fleet carried out a massacre on the enemy ships, Audiobook's excitement disappeared without a trace, replaced by coldness in his heart. In the end, he could only give the order to retreat with a bitter taste in his mouth. The first battle between Ionia and the Carthage navy lasted for just over half an hour. At the cost of 5 warships sunk and 6 damaged, Ionia's third fleet captured 18 of the Carthage's 3-decker or warships and sank 4, obtaining a great victory. Hasdrubal, who had just broken through the port, watched the whole process of the naval battle from the lighthouse of Therodium. He saw with his own eyes the Dionysian fleet's unique tactics that led to the crushing defeat of the Iberian fleet. This greatly shocked him, and at the same time made his joy of occupying Therodium vanish. As for the citizens of Therodium who were evacuating from the sea, the victory of Ionia also boosted their confidence to return to their homes. The next day, Hasdrubal, who had yet to wash his dust from the war, received the news that the main forces of the Carthage navy had been defeated on the south coast. Although he was somewhat gloating, he also felt that his situation was dangerous. Without the threat from the south, the Ionia would very likely turn their troops to deal with his isolated army deep in enemy territory. However, it would take some time for the Ionia to move from the south coast to the north coast. In the afternoon, he received a messenger from Palermo's, who had come in a hurry, and at last he made up his mind. As it turned out, the third fleet of Ionia had sailed west early in the morning and landed on the coast near Palermo's. After the thousands of infantry on the warships went ashore, they attacked the main camp of the Iberian army. Although, due to the vigilance and stubborn resistance of the garrison troops, they were unable to break through the camp, they still caused some damage to the supplies. Hasdrubal decided to lead the army back to Palermo's and stay there for a while, waiting for the new decision of the Carthage Senate, because he realized that the defeat of the main forces, led by Monteadurno, was likely to lead to a new political storm. As they retreated, Hasdrubal ordered the soldiers to completely destroy Therodium so that they would not encounter any trouble the next time they attacked. Venosa, a town in the northwest corner of the Pusidi region. It was said that one of Homer's heroes, Diomedes, lived in seclusion here after the Trojan War in search of a peaceful life. He built this town and the temple of Aphrodite to appease the anger of the goddess of love for the destruction of her beloved city of Troy. Hence, this town was also known as the City of Aphrodite, which showed the blood and cultural connection between the Pusidi people and the Greeks. However, at this time, This town that was blessed by the goddess of love was once again ravaged by the flames of war. It was surrounded by the Samnites, and the few militias were tenaciously resisting the enemy's attacks from all sides. Go and urge the tribal leaders to continue the attack. We must capture this town before dusk. Leskok looked at the situation of the battle in front of him and anxiously gave the order in a loud voice. Yes, great leader. The guard received the order and left. The great leader of the Caracini tribe, Kontrak, glanced at him and comforted him. There's no point in rushing them. Don't worry, I don't think the enemy can hold on any longer. We can definitely capture this town before dusk. I'm just a little worried about the people of Dionia. We must hurry up and plunder more people and resources. We must have more bargaining chips to threaten the people of Dionia, Leskok hurriedly explained. There's nothing to fear from the people of Dionia. Kontrak saw through the fear in Leskok's heart at first glance. He said loudly with some disdain, all your previous defeats against them were due to their tricks. You should know that we have never lost a head-on battle, and we have never lost a battle against the Greeks before. As the great leader of the Zilpini, you can be cautious, but you can't lose the courage and fierceness that the descendants of the Verthani should have. As a veteran great leader, Kontrak used his status as an elder and years of battle experience to continue teaching the martyr Jack. Besides, you've already used a trick to move the main forces of Dionia to the north of the Downey region. It'll be difficult for them to get here in 2 or 3 days. Even if the enemy's reinforcements arrive in these 2 days, they'll be the temporary forces that the people of Dionia have formed in the Pacheti and Masapi regions. There won't be many of them, and they won't be strong either. We can defeat them and boost the courage and morale of our warriors, especially the warriors of Zilpini, Katini, and Pentine. In the heart of this old Samanese leader, the warriors of the 3 tribes who had been defeated time and time again were not qualified Samanese warriors. Only the warriors of Caracini were the best. Leskok did not say anything. At this moment, the scout hurried over. Great leader, reinforcements from Dionia have been found in the south. Chapter 744. It had been more than a day since the Samani entered the Venosa region. It was normal for Dionia's reinforcements to appear at this time. Leskok asked anxiously, "How many are there?" The scout was ashamed and angry. The Dionia's cavalry is the vanguard. They are advancing very quickly, and they are also searching for and chasing us away. Several of my teammates died under their spears, so we don't know how many enemies there are behind us. But these cavalry are all dressed in casual clothes, and they are various colors and shapes. Of course, Leskok knew that the Pacheti and Masapi regions were rich in cavalry, and he was once envious of them. But since they were not wearing black standard equipment, it seemed that this was a temporary army formed in the Pacheti region. It was impossible to gather such a large army in such a short time. With this judgment, he turned to look at Kontrak. Kontrak stroked his beard and said without hesitation, "Our 4,000 warriors who have been resting can finally go into battle. These brave lads will easily drive them back." The guards who received the order immediately rushed to inform the troops that did not participate in the siege, but were specifically used to stop the reinforcements. Leskok roared again, "Go and urge the tribe leaders to increase the intensity of the siege. We must capture Venosa before Dionia's reinforcements arrive again." More than 10 minutes later, Leskok could not help but be overjoyed when he saw a simple Samani flag on the city wall in front of him. At this moment, the scout ran over in panic. "Great leader! Great leader! Not good. Many Dionia soldiers in black armor are coming from the south. The number of troops we sent to stop them is too small. We can't hold them back anymore. This is impossible. There can't be a regular Dionia army here." Leskok roared in disbelief. The answer to Leskok's doubt was an increasingly noisy voice coming from the south. "The Dionia army is here. Run." Behind the Samani soldiers who were fleeing in panic was a surging black tide, accompanied by rumbling footsteps and earth-shattering shouts. It pressed towards Venosa in a menacing manner. "Quick! Retreat! Retreat!" His face was also pale, and his voice had suddenly turned hoarse. He was no longer as tough as before. Adoris had already thrown away his spear and shield, and was only holding onto his dagger. That was why he was able to run quickly, rushing to the front of the group. After participating in the last Downey War, he could be considered a veteran. He no longer felt the discomfort of seeing corpses and blood. He only felt the excitement of defeating the enemy. His only regret was that the Samnian people who stopped them were too weak. Both sides had only shot a round of javelins at each other. The Samnian people had chosen to retreat before the battle had even begun. As a matter of fact, it had something to do with the momentum of the Dionysian army. The reinforcements consisted of more than 16,000 soldiers from the 2nd and 4th Cavalry Legions, in addition to the 1,000 reserve cavalrymen from the 2nd and 4th Cavalry Legions. The 4,000 Samoan soldiers who were responsible for blocking the reinforcements couldn't stop them at all. Cynthia's judgment was right. Even if they stayed in the 2nd Cavalry Legion, they could still fight a battle. Adoris hated himself for running so slowly that he couldn't catch up with the enemies in front of him who were fleeing like rabbits. He had completely forgotten that he was the squad leader. At this time, his main task was to gather the soldiers under him, maintain the formation of the squad, and not let them run away. He was trying his best to catch up with them, but he didn't see how worried the squad leader behind him was. He was afraid that something would happen to him during the battle, so he kept urging the other squads to catch up with Adoris and not let him face the enemy alone. After a while, the reserve cavalrymen rushed into the routed soldiers from the side, immediately disrupting the orderly retreat of the Samnian people. As the cavalrymen wantonly stabbed their spears and horses, the routed soldiers scattered in all directions. Some even turned around like headless flies, crashing into the direction of the Dionia troops. Adoris was overjoyed. He strode forward and stabbed with his dagger. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, one of them fell. Then he punched with his left fist, hitting the face of another Samnian routed soldier, immediately knocking him to the ground. With his fighting spirit boiling, he continued to face the third routed soldier with his dagger. However, his left foot was hugged by a Samnian warrior who fell to the ground, and he couldn't move. Just as he bent down to deal with the enemy on the ground with his dagger, the enemy in front of him was holding a spear and fiercely rushing towards him. At that moment, his mind went blank, and he felt the aura of the underworld. However, the enemy's roar stopped abruptly. A flying javelin pierced deeply into his unprotected chest. Then the squad leader rushed to Adoris's side and angrily reprimanded. Before the enemy is truly defeated, no soldier or officer is allowed to leave the main force without permission. This is the rule of the military law. Adoris, you didn't listen to my orders, abandoned your men, and rashly advanced alone. This is against the military law. When this battle is over, go back and accept the verdict and punishment of the military judge. The squad leader finished in one breath. He was a little nervous, but he didn't expect that after Adoris's life was saved by a fluke, the cold sweat on his body had calmed him down. He obediently replied, "Yes." The squad leader breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He patted his shoulder hard and said, "Lead your soldiers and continue to fight. Chase the enemy." Yes, Adoris and his comrades were like wolves entering a flock of sheep, pouncing on the panicking enemy. This was just a corner of the battlefield. Looking at the whole battlefield, a part of the Dionysian army was chasing the retreating Samnian warriors, while another part of the Dionia army was quickly pouncing on the Samnian who were retreating from Venosa city. Some soldiers followed the reserve cavalry and chased after the Samnian who had retreated earlier. These Samnian warriors, of course, included the two tribal chiefs. They were leading their troops and retreating to the mountains in the northwest. They knew that as long as they escaped into the mountains, they would be safe, just like in the previous battle in Ascurum. However, not long after, they involuntarily stopped because a formation of thousands of cavalry, light armored soldiers, and light infantry was in front of them. We've been tricked by the Daionia. They've already set up an encirclement here. At this moment, Lescock's confidence was greatly damaged. He felt weak all over, and his mind was filled with the scene of the fiasco more than a decade ago. On the contrary, Contruc was old and strong. In the face of this predicament, his fighting spirit burst forth. Descendants of Savone, fight to the death with the Daionia. The Samnian warriors who were in a critical situation roared and rushed forward. The Daionia soldiers in front of them shouted the name of Hades and also rushed forward bravely. Just as the two sides were tangled together, the pursuing Dionysian army quickly arrived and joined the battle. The Samnian army, caught in a pincer attack, collapsed. "Your Majesty, there's news from Venosa!" The herald, Aristyras, rushed into the military conference room of the palace. "What's the situation?" While the Devers were asking, several ministers from the Ministry of Military Affairs, such as Helos, Felicius, and Hieronymus, focused their attention on Aristyras. A few days ago, the Samnian gathered nearly 20,000 warriors and raided the Venosa area. Yesterday, when they were attacking Venosa city with all their might, the 2nd Legion and Legio IV arrived in time and launched a surprise attack from the south of Venosa. At the same time, the 2nd Cavalry Legion and the 9th and 10th Legions light armor and light infantry battalions also crossed the Orfanto River and went around to the mountains behind the Samnian army, cutting off their retreat. The Samnian army was completely defeated. According to the description of the battle report, this surprise attack killed and injured about 2,500 Samnian soldiers and captured more than 6,000 people, while we only suffered about 1,000 casualties. The usually calm Aristyras' voice trembled as he repeated the battle report. After he finished speaking, he respectfully handed the battle report to the Devers. "This is another glorious victory." Felicius praised excitedly, "Your Majesty, it's because of your wisdom and decisiveness that firmly supported Alexis' bold guess that we were able to achieve such a great victory." "This victory is mainly due to Alexis' correct judgment," the Devers said humbly. It turned out that after Alexis won the Battle of Ascurum, when she wrote the battle report to the Devers, she also mentioned that because the Downey area was guarded, the Samnian army was likely to change their target and launch a surprise attack on the Venosa area northwest of Pacchetti. Alexis would organize the reserve troops in the Pacchetti area to enter Venosa city and defend it. At the same time, he would be prepared to immediately send reinforcements if there were any abnormal situations, so as to launch a pincer attack and achieve another Ascurum-style victory. After carefully reading through Alexis's plan, the Devers considered it over and over again and proposed a further idea. They would not send troops to enter Venosa beforehand to avoid alerting the enemy. At the same time, he would quickly gather the 2nd Legion and Legio IV and secretly enter the central town of Silvium in Pacchetti. The troops in the Downey area would not move towards the Venosa area to achieve the goal of confusing the enemy. After this plan was perfected by the Ministry of Military Affairs, it was fully implemented. In fact, the cunning Samnian army had even sent nearly 10,000 soldiers to the northwest border of the Downey area the day before yesterday to achieve the goal of luring the Dionysian army north and away from the Pacchetti area. As Alexis had wished, she had led a large army north. This caused the Samnian army to finally make up their mind and send a large army to attack Venosa the day before yesterday. In the end, they were caught by the well-prepared Dionysian army. Chapter 745. Your Majesty, according to the battle report, the Samni warriors that appeared in this battle belonged to the Hilpini and Caracini tribes. In addition to Pentni, who was defeated in Ascurum not long ago, and Catini, who just got back a captive, I'm afraid that the 4 major tribes of the Samni are no longer capable of launching a large-scale invasion. Military Minister Helos said happily after reading the battle report carefully, "Looks like we can withdraw the 2nd and Legio IV. There's no need to keep so many troops in the Downey area. Withdrawing a few legions will reduce the pressure on our logistics," suggested Alpines. Don't be too careless. We have to be careful of the Samanai attacking other areas again, robbing our citizens, and threatening us to exchange our captive Samanai warriors with them. Chief of Staff, Felicius cautiously reminded. That's a possibility. However, the areas and cities around the Samanai border are all on high alert. They won't let the Samanai get away with it so easily. Deputy Chief of Staff, Tormid brought up another problem. However, the soldiers of the various legions are eager to contribute to the battle and obtain glory and rewards. Which legion should stay? Which legion should leave? This is a troublesome problem. Withdraw the 2nd and Legio IV. Reduce the number of troops in the Downey area. You can tell Alexis about these suggestions. Let him worry about it. I believe he won't let down his guard against the Samanai just because of 1 or 2 victories, Devers said disapprovingly. Your Majesty, the Samanai might come to us again for peace talks because of this failure, Felicius reminded. We won't negotiate with a race that has violated the alliance many times and maliciously broke it. If the Samanai really want to negotiate, I have already made arrangements for it, Devers said with a serious expression. Divers said with a serious expression. He then changed the topic. But if it's Carthage who wants to negotiate, we can seriously consider it. Felicius hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, will the Carthage negotiate? Devers pondered and said, Carthage isn't Bissamonians. Their country is strong, and losing 1 or 2 battles won't affect them too much. However, due to the power conflict between Carthage's Maganid family and the Hanno family, Persosus could be ordered to lead the 8th Army and other troops to continue advancing cautiously to the west while the enemy was defeated. They could attack Carthage's states and the Phoenician city-states to cause greater losses to the Carthage people and increase the pressure on their senate. At the same time, he ordered Sicorian to gather all the warships under his command and advance to the western end of Sicily to search for the main force of Carthage's navy and completely annihilate them, thus cutting off the sea connection between Carthage and Sicily. If these plans can be realized, I want to see if Carthage's people still have the confidence to continue fighting with us. Your Majesty, we will convey your orders now. I believe Sicorian has been waiting for this order for a long time. Tormid replied jokingly. Devers laughed. Even if the Carthage people aren't willing to negotiate, we have Persosus on land and Sicorian on the sea in Sicily. We don't have to worry too much about the war in Sicily. Yes, Your Majesty. Helos praised from the bottom of his heart. Sicorian's ability to command the fleet is unquestionable, but Persosus's commanding ability in the Battle of Minoa was really surprising. The conflict by the river happened suddenly. He was quick-witted and used the defeated soldiers to lure the Carthage Holy Regiment's troops to pursue, forcing the Carthage people to press forward in order to protect the Holy Regiment's troops. He also used the special terrain to restrict the Carthage people from using their advantage in numbers. At the same time, he used the chessboard formation to fully display the advantage of our army, greatly suppressing the Holy Regiment's performance. In the end, we won a great victory with fewer troops than more. Your Majesty, your firm decision to choose Persosus as the commander of Sicily was indeed a wise decision. The Carthaginian commander's stupidity is also one of the main reasons why Persosus was able to obtain such a victory. Hieronymus, the military training officer, suddenly said. Devers glanced at him, and his heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Persosus's talent had even made the diligent and down-to-earth Hieronymus jealous. Of course, this also had to do with Persosus's qualifications. He was neither a mercenary from Persia nor a citizen from Turiae, a Mandolan. As a former free man, he could become a commander at such a young age and achieve such a glorious victory independently. This indeed made the veteran generals who followed Devers to Greece feel uneasy. However, Devers would never give up on promoting and using Persosus because of their uneasiness and jealousy. On the contrary, he would put him in more important positions. After all, Devers knew very well that the grand goal he had set in his heart determined that he could not rely on himself to defeat the many powerful forces in the Mediterranean Sea. He needed to know the right people, so as to obtain more excellent subordinates and build a vast kingdom. At the same time, he needed more outstanding generals with different backgrounds to change the situation where the Dionysian army was mainly controlled by former mercenary generals. Divers suppressed these thoughts at the bottom of his heart and slowly said, Sicily has Perseus and Sicerian. Downey has Alexis, so I don't need to worry about these places anymore. However, the situation in the Latin region is not optimistic. At the mention of Latin, Helos, Felicius, and the others all looked solemn. Now that the Roman army had taken Signia and Allegnia, they were stepping up their attack on Ferentinum. Although the Hellenigi and Wolsey reinforcements were stubbornly defending from the current situation, the fall of Ferentinum was only a matter of time. As long as Ferentinum fell, the Hellenigi would be destroyed in a matter of days, and the Wolsey reinforcements trapped in Ferentinum would not be able to escape their doom. When that time came, the Wolsey, who had suffered heavy losses and did not have enough soldiers, would not be able to resist the attacks of Rome from both sides. In the end, the Romans would have complete control over the entire Latin region. Therefore, during this period of time, messengers from the Hellenigi and Wolsey kept coming to the palace to see King Devers, asking for reinforcements. Your Majesty, Amyntas only has 1 legion. Right now, the Wolsey region is under his protection. He does not dare to leave without permission to help the Hellenigi. Felicius defended his old friend. This has nothing to do with Amyntas. He has done his best. Devers waved his hand and walked to the map in the middle of the conference room. Gazing at the flat area in the middle of the Italian peninsula, he said in a deep voice, I believe we all understand that the biggest threat to the kingdom now is not the procrastinating Carthage who has endless internal conflicts, nor the weak Samnites who can only cause small troubles, nor is it the troublesome Sparta across the Adriatic Sea. It is Rome. Rome has a unified understanding, has strong citizens, and is concentrating all of its power to achieve its goal. If we don't eliminate it now, it will be a big problem for the kingdom in the future. Devers tapped the icon of Rome on the map with his fingers and said firmly, therefore, I have decided to personally lead the 2nd Legion, Legio III, Legio IV, Legio V, Legio VI, and the 2nd Cavalry Legion to the Latin region to meet with the 1st Legion and the 1st Cavalry Legion. We will completely eliminate Rome, the strongest enemy in the north of the kingdom. Helos, Felicius Hieronymus, the ministers of the Ministry of Military Affairs, looked at each other solemnly. They knew that what Devers said was very important. For a moment, no one dared to express their approval or disapproval. Instead, it was Alpinus, the chief of military supplies, who asked cautiously, Your Majesty, I'm afraid that the Ministry of Military Affairs cannot provide such a large number of rations for such a large army to fight in Latin. Devers explained unhurriedly. The 2nd batch of grain aid from the Pharaoh of Egypt has been delivered to the port 2 days ago. It has been stored in the warehouse of the Turiae port and has not been touched yet. A large amount of food donated by the Turiae merchants has filled the barn, and the food donated by the Lygia merchants from the Yoke Galaxy is already on its way back. It is reported that the amount is no less than the Turiae merchants. Besides, I've asked Bacchus. The people of the kingdom have replanted beans such as peas and lentils, as well as vegetables such as carrots, radishes, pumpkins, and lettuce. These can fill up part of the food shortage. Even so, since some of the food still needs to be supplied to the Sicilian army and Tony army, I'm afraid that the remaining food will only be enough for your army for 1 to 2 months. Your Majesty, Alpinus reminded seriously. Devers already had a plan. He said calmly, 1 month is enough. The food will be provided by the Latin people. The people in the room looked at each other again. Of course, they understood what Devers meant. Back when they were fleeing from Persia, the Greek mercenaries often did this. Your Majesty, Felicius finally asked, You've taken so many troops with you. What if the people of Carthage reorganize their army, choose a smart commander and attack Sicily again. Judging from the current situation of Carthage, if their Senate wants to unify again and send an army to Sicily, I'm afraid that it will take more than 1 or 2 months. Also, the intelligence department of Dionia will instigate the atmosphere of peace talks in Carthage and disrupt the order of the people of Carthage. When Devers said this, everyone looked at Aristides, who was standing outside the door. Literature Hall. Chapter 746. If the situation is not as I expected, Carthage will still send reinforcements to Sicily, and Persosus will be outnumbered. Then we can send the 7th Legion, or even the 10th Legion under Alexis, to Sicily to strengthen the forces there. The Samni have suffered heavy losses, and their strength is no longer a threat. Alexis will not need to keep too many troops. The Devers looked around and said seriously, "Now, Dionia is at war with 3 other forces. Although we can deal with them, we can't evenly distribute our forces. That will only prolong the war and increase the consumption of our national strength. We should focus our forces on one of them before our opponents show their strength. Only then can we alleviate the current situation and free up our hands to deal with the other enemies." The Devers paused for a moment. Seeing that everyone was deep in thought, he continued, "But who should we focus our forces on first? Of course, it can't be Carthage. It is strong and has a vast territory. The war with it will not end in a short period of time. Although the Samni are the weakest of the 3 forces, their homes are also in the mountains. So far, we have been luring them to fight on the plains and try to avoid fighting in the mountains, because that is what they are good at. If we don't destroy their homes, we will not be able to completely conquer them. The current situation requires us to be cautious. For the time being, we should not attack the Samni mountains that we are not familiar with. Finally, Rome." The Devers pointed at the map again. "Although Rome is not weak, its forces are mainly concentrated in the northern region of Latin. That is a relatively flat river plain, which is advantageous for us to fight. The coastal areas of Latin are mostly flat beaches, and Rome's navy is not strong, which is advantageous for us to land troops and transport supplies and food. For the past few decades, Rome has been expanding everywhere and has made many enemies with the surrounding forces. This is advantageous for us to unite them and fight against Rome together." After the Devers finished, the ministers of the Ministry of Military Affairs were convinced by him. Helos immediately said, "Your Majesty, after we go back, we will start preparing for the war against Rome. Move fast." Divers reminded, "We must take advantage of the fact that Rome has not yet destroyed the Hernici. Their main forces are still in the east. We must gather our army and launch a swift and violent attack to annihilate their scattered forces in the west. We must capture their Latin allies and weaken their power. Finally, we will attack Rome and fight it. I will strive to destroy its forces within half a year and bring Rome and the surrounding Latin states under the kingdom's rule. Sai, you should know that after such a large-scale war, there are more than 100,000 soldiers who need military rewards, especially those who have not come of age for long and have not yet received their fiefs. But now, other than the Downey region, there is no land left in the other regions of the kingdom, so the Latin region." Helos and the others immediately understood what the Devers meant. Whether it was for public or private reasons, this strengthened their determination to support the Devers' decision to lead the army to the north. "Your Majesty, your expedition to the Latin region is of great importance. I am afraid that the Senate may not necessarily approve this decision," Felicius reminded. "Indeed, the last time the Devers led the army was 10 years ago against the Mashapi-Pachetti coalition army, which laid the foundation for the kingdom of Dionia's final conquest of the entire Apulia region. 10 years had passed, and the senators were probably used to the Devers being in the palace and the Senate. Now that he was the king, he had a noble status, and the senators would be worried if he personally took the risk, and there was also the huge consumption of food." The Devers smiled and said nonchalantly, "So I have to convince you first, and I have a lot of votes in favor." Helos, Felicius, and the others also smiled. In the Senate of Dionia, Senators who came from the army made up a large proportion. Next, I will first talk to the 5 rotating presidents. As for the other senators, I think they will not refuse in the end because once Rome is conquered, they will be provided with a lot of administrative positions. The Devers were very confident in convincing the Senate. At this time, Tormid raised a question. Your Majesty, the Legio III is defending Cottini in Campania. If it is transferred away, what if Cottini enters the Campanian alliance again? Isn't that just right? The Devers replied calmly, ever since Cottini exchanged their soldiers, there has been no movement. If we can lure them out, it will also put us at ease. Moreover, in the current situation, we can't just rely on us to protect the Campanian alliance. It is time for the Campanians to share the burden for us. After discussing the matter of the army's expedition to the north for a while, Helos and the others bid farewell and left. The Ministry of Military Affairs would be unusually busy from now on, because they had to mobilize soldiers, assemble the legions, mobilize the fleets, gather the military rations, and so on. A series of complicated matters had to be completed as soon as possible. Ever since Adoris moved out of the king's mansion of the Devers with the reason that he had grown up and could support himself, his room had been empty. However, he moved back in these few days, not because he missed his adoptive parents, but because he was injured. In the Battle of Venosa, he violated the military law. After the battle, the platoon leader reported his performance to the division. The commander of the 2nd Division, Matones, was put in a difficult position after reading the report. He wanted to suppress the matter, but he realized that he might not be able to hide it from the Devers. So he went to see the king and explained the situation. After hearing this, the Devers was very angry and said without hesitation, I can't ignore the military law just because he is my child. If I let him go, what will the other soldiers think? Will they still strictly follow orders and follow your commands? In fact, the Devers wanted to use this severe punishment to make Adoris remember that he must listen to orders in battle and work closely with his comrades, instead of just killing enemies and doing risky things. This was also for the sake of his safety. Therefore, Matones had no choice but to announce that according to the military law, Adoris would be punished with the rod. 20 solid strikes of the rod made the skin on Adoris's buttocks split open, and it was difficult for him to even walk. When Christoia heard this, she was heartbroken. Regardless of whether Adoris agreed or not, she forced him to move back to the mansion so that it would be easier to take care of him and treat him. Adoris couldn't dissuade his adoptive mother, so he could only go back to his original place obediently. Thud, 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 come in. Seeing that it was Crotocatax who walked in, Adoris heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't in a hurry to cover his swollen buttocks with the blanket, and said listlessly, Clotho, it's you. Brother, who else do you think it is? Edui? Crotocatax smiled slyly. Nonsense. What do you know? Adoris glared at him. I know quite a lot. Crotocatax blinked mischievously. You and elder Torlex's daughter, Edui, are together. Mother has already come forward to talk to Torlex and set your marriage with Edui for April, but now it might be delayed until the end of the year. Yesterday, she even specially came to see you. I think she's worried that if you get beaten up, you won't be able to have a child with her. Back then, Agnes' brother wanted to marry the Devers, but Christoia used her connections to set up matchmaking sessions for Adoris. In the end, Adoris took a fancy to Torlex's gentle and beautiful daughter. Torlex used to be the leader of a large tribe in Pacetti, and his family was quite influential in the Pacetti region. After becoming an elder of Dionia, he had been rather low-key. Whether it was for the political purpose of winning over the Pacetti people, or because they hoped to have a virtuous daughter-in-law, the Devers were quite satisfied, so the marriage was quickly set. Damn you, Clotho! Adoris pressed his hands on the bed and propped himself up. He wanted to teach his brother a lesson, but who knew that he would immediately cover his buttocks and cry out, Ouch, ouch. Brother, are you all right? Crotocatax hurried over and asked with concern. Adoris took the opportunity to grab him and lightly knocked his head twice. He even scolded, "Clotho, you've become bad now. Be careful that I don't tell on you to Mother." "Brother, I'm afraid of you. I'll leave now, all right? But don't expect to hear any good news." With that, Clotho Catax walked out. "Wait, Clotho! What good news?" "My dear brother, since I'm injured, tell me quickly, what good news is it?" Seeing Adoris's pleading eyes, Clotho Catax returned to his seat and said with a slightly proud expression, "Brother, Father is going to personally lead a huge army consisting of the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, Legio III, Legio IV, 5th Legion, Legio VI, and the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions to the Latin region to fight against Rome." "Really?" Adoris immediately became excited when he heard that. "Of course it's true. This morning, Father's decision has been approved by the Senate. I believe it won't be long before the army departs," Clotho Catax said with the same excited expression. "That's great. Finally, there's a war." Adoris clenched his fist in excitement. Clotho Catax looked at Adoris, who was sitting carefully on the bed with his buttocks in the air. He could not help but remind him, "Brother, I'm afraid that when the army departs, your injuries will not be healed yet." Literature Library, Chapter 747. "I'll be fine by then. I'm almost fine now. If you don't believe me, look." Adoris stood up and took a few steps to prove that he was telling the truth. Clotho Catax held back his laughter and said, "Brother, it's useless to tell me. The key is to get Father and Mother to agree." Adoris was a little depressed. He knew that his poor performance in the last battle had worried the Devers and Christoia, so he had no choice but to ask his brother for help. "Clotho, Father and Mother love you the most. You have to help me. Ask them to let me join this expedition." Although Clotho Catax was 4 years younger than Adoris and had just reached adulthood, he had been taught by the Devers from time to time for the past 2 years. His political sense was much better than Adoris's. He knew very well that, unless Adoris was seriously injured, it was impossible for his father not to bring him to the expedition. Otherwise, it would give some people the wrong impression that Adoris was using his father's influence to deliberately avoid participating in such an important war. This would greatly affect Adoris's future development. But Clotho Catax pretended to be in a difficult position and said, "Brother, you know Father's temper. Clotho, you have to help me. As long as you can convince Father to let me follow the army to Latin, I will do my best to help you in the future." Adoris pleaded. Then, "All right, I'll try." Seeing Adoris, who usually liked to lecture him as his big brother, begging him for help, Clotho Catax felt very comfortable. In the inner city of Turin, in the mansion that Sostatus had inherited from his father, Cunigarata, there were more than 20 people gathered in the hall. They were all well-known merchants in the Turin region. At the moment, everyone was excited. Their eyes were eagerly looking at Sostatus, who was sitting in the middle. Someone shouted impatiently, "Sostatus, almost everyone is here. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and tell us. What is it that you want to discuss with us?" "Yes, hurry up and tell us. Is His Majesty going to reward us for donating food for free?" Another person shouted. The merchants all agreed. Sostatus heard this and looked at Dios on his left. Dios was one of the largest merchants in the kingdom of Dionia. He owned 3 iron workshops in Lucania municipality, 1 copper workshop in Turin, and 2 weapon workshops in Turin and Amendola. He also had weapon shops and ironware shops in cities throughout the kingdom. Most of the high-quality weapons and armors he produced were monopolized by the Ministry of Military Affairs and the citizen army. He was also a specialized supplier of surgical instruments to various hospitals in the kingdom, and the daily ironware he produced was widely popular among the people. In addition, his family also produced ironware for large-scale public works. Because of this, he was received and praised by the king of Devers many times. He was also close to the officials of the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Ministry of Construction. He also frequently donated money to the public buildings in the kingdom. Not only did he have a high prestige among the merchants of the kingdom, but he was also respected by the people. Therefore, he was elected as the chairman of the local council in Turin many times. But in fact, Dios was not very interested in politics. He was more obsessed with his own business. He was passionate about how to raise the temperature of the furnace, improve the ironware process, improve the quality of ironware, design sharper and more practical weapons, and build better armors. He knew that in the kingdom of Dionia, which valued military and technology as long as he maintained advanced technology, he would always be valued by the king and ministers. For this reason, not only did he hire good blacksmiths and blacksmiths with high salaries, but he also donated to the Dionia Academy many times. He cooperated with scholars, provided experimental funds, and shared technical patents. Therefore, under Sostatus's questioning gaze, Dios shook his head and gestured for him to continue. Sostatus had no choice but to turn to look at Dicboris on his right. Speaking of which, Dicboris was the first merchant to come to Dionia to do business. He was also the first merchant to decide to stay and become a citizen. Dicboris was enthusiastic and sociable. Many foreign merchants came to Turin under his persuasion and eventually became citizens of Dionia. Of course, Dios was among them. But in fact, Dicboris was not a very powerful merchant at first. He was an ordinary merchant who made and sold pottery. Pottery was a daily necessity widely used by the people of the Mediterranean, and it was the most common handicraft in the Greek city-states. This was because most Greek city-states did not have fertile land and could not produce abundant food. Wine and olive oil became their specialties, and they sold these goods in exchange for food. Containers to hold these two liquid commodities inevitably became another focus of the city-states' development. Therefore, many Greek city-states had merchants who made pottery, but the most famous pottery was produced in Athens. Using high-quality clay from Attica, the people of Athens, after a long period of exploration, created black pottery with red decorative paintings. Not only was it of high quality, but the patterns on the bottles were exquisite and creative, making it the leader of the industry. The second was the black pottery made by Corinth, and they also pioneered the creation of exquisite bottle paintings on pottery. At the same time, the entire pottery industry was highly organized. The pottery they produced almost accounted for most of the pottery sales in the Mediterranean. It was not until 100 years later that the pottery industry of Athens overtook them. Born in Crete, Dicboris did not have any technical advantages in pottery, but with his vision and decisiveness, when the Dionia Union was just established and Turin was in dire need of repair, he moved all his belongings to the artisanal area of Amendola and began to sell the cheap pottery he produced to the ordinary people of Dionia who were rebuilding their homes. Gradually, he gained some fame. After that, with the establishment of the kingdom, the expansion of the territory, the increase of the population, and the expansion of the market, the sales of his pottery also increased explosively. At the same time, the low-interest loans from Kristoia's bank also gave him the confidence to expand and upgrade his pottery workshop. Not only did he establish pottery workshops in several places in the kingdom with high-quality clay, but he also poached excellent potters from Greece with high salaries. At that time, the turbulent situation and frequent wars in Greece also provided a good opportunity for him to poach. Since then, the pottery he sold began to dabble in high-end products. More importantly, Dicboris improved his management and organizational model of the pottery industry, as well as the entire process flow. Of course, this was not his invention. First, let's talk about the management and organizational model of the handicraft industry. Before the establishment of Dionia, each city-state in Greece was a city, and most of the city-state merchants' industries were concentrated in one city. Because of the large number of small people and limited resources, even if a merchant had financial resources, his industry could not be very large. Of course, it was easier to manage. Even in the economically prosperous Athens, there were no large factories. But in Dionia, such a vast and populous kingdom in the Greek world, there were also a large number of free people who were willing to settle down there, providing fertile soil for the establishment of large factories. The chain management model of Kristoya's bank and Kristoya's restaurant, which were spread throughout the cities of the kingdom, gave the merchants of the kingdom a great inspiration, so that they could break the conservative business thinking that their industry was fixed in one city in the past. Thus, they dared to carry out the industrial layout in a vast area, and through the pyramid-style hierarchical responsibility system, they carried out effective management. Let's talk about the fine division of labor in the process flow. The pottery industry was already a highly organized industry in the Greek handicraft industry, but it still could not be separated from the tradition of a family workshop. From digging clay, transporting clay, molding, lighting the fire, burning the pottery, painting on the screen, engraving, a potter had to participate in most of the processes, which undoubtedly made the production of pottery inefficient. In order to make Daionia's weapons and armor meet the needs of the army as soon as possible, Devers taught Dios and other kingdom arms merchants the method of fine division of labor in the production process, which greatly increased the production of weapons. This method was quickly adopted by the merchants of other kingdoms. Of course, Daionia also carried out a fine division of labor in his pottery workshop. Every process was handled by a specialized person, which greatly improved the quality and production of pottery and correspondingly lowered the price. This made Daionia's pottery more popular among the people of the kingdom, occupying more than half of the domestic pottery sales. The pottery of other cities, except for a small number of high-end pottery from Athens, could not compete with Daionia at all in the kingdom. He had become a veritable Daionia pottery merchant. Of course, Daionia, like other Turkish merchants, was busy completing the upgrading of the industry and occupying the ever-expanding kingdom's market. His external sales relied more on marketing agents, led by Sostatus. This was also one of the reasons why Daionia, who was rich and had a wide network of friends, was willing to let Sostatus be the president of the Turkish Chamber of Commerce. Of course, the more important reason was that Sostatus's father, Kinogorata, was a trusted minister of the king of Devers. Even if he had passed away, Sostatus could still rely on his father's influence to enter the palace and the Ministry of Commerce from time to time, preemptively obtaining some business information and fighting for some preferential treatment for the Chamber of Commerce, such as this time. So, Daionia smiled and said, "Sostatus, you don't have to be so polite. You're the president, and this good thing was achieved through the hard work of everyone. Of course, you should be the one to announce it." Chapter 748. Since the two most important Turii merchants had chosen to be courteous, Sostatus no longer refused. When he stood up, the other merchants stopped whispering and listened attentively to him with respect. This respect was not only because of his background, but also because of his own ability, even though he was the youngest among the merchants. "Everyone, I'll make it short, so that I don't waste your time making money." As soon as Sostatus spoke, laughter erupted around him. "After the food that we spent a lot of money on arrived at the port, His Majesty summoned me to express his gratitude for our generous donation. At the same time, he also said that because of this food, he had the opportunity to personally lead an army to conquer Rome in central Italy. He hoped that we, the Turii merchants who donated food, would follow his army to the expedition." "What? We've already donated so much food, and he wants us to continue providing for the army." Calmades, the wine merchant, shouted in dissatisfaction before Sostatus could finish. "Shut up, Calmades." Sostatus glared at him and warned, "Whether it's out of stupidity or other reasons, don't insult the great king of Devers again, or get out of here." "That's right. The great king of Devers is not to be insulted." Dios emphasized loudly, and the crowd echoed him. Most of the merchants in the kingdom of Daionia respected the king of Devers, not only because the bank established by his wife, Kristoya, had a huge impact on the kingdom's commerce, but also because of the new business management model and the meticulous division of labor process that he invented, which was an unprecedented innovation in Daionia's commerce. Therefore, Some merchants even believed that the Devers were not only the descendants of Hades, but also favored by Hermes. Calmades is absolutely not disrespectful to the king of Devers. He's just worried that he'll have to make endless donations for the army's expedition. The shipbuilder, Micrus, defended his friend. Micrus was the cousin of Ananelus, and Calmades was the son of Oriphis. Both of them were prominent families of the original Thurii. They were related by marriage and had close contacts. Back then, because of the Polixus case, both Ananelus and Oriphis were implicated and imprisoned, but their families and businesses were not affected too much. It was only their political status that plummeted, so it was inevitable that they would feel uncomfortable. In truth, both Ananelus and Oriphis had been released a few years ago due to the completion of their sentences. But because of the scandal, for the sake of their families, it was no longer appropriate for them to appear in public again. Looks like you two are really stupid. Sebinus, the slave trader, stood up. He was the one who had urged Sostatus to speak. The merchant was tall and rough, and his words were harsh, but people were still willing to be close to him because he could always provide satisfactory slaves. The great demand for slaves in the kingdom of Dionia made Sebinus, who had a rich source of slaves, a lot of money. At this moment he laughed loudly. Don't you understand? This is the reward for the food that His Majesty the Devers has given us. Since the establishment of Dionia, when has the army needed us merchants to accompany them? Never before, but now we do. This means that we can get the captives captured by the powerful king's regiment at the most favorable price and time. We can also get the spoils of war obtained by the army at the most favorable price. We can get the shops in the towns occupied by the army at the most favorable price and have the priority to occupy the market. Sebinus's impassioned words made everyone's eyes shine. Some even shouted excitedly, "Victory to His Majesty the Devers!" Calmades could not help but whisper, "Don't be happy too early. This expedition may not necessarily be victorious." However, it happened to be heard by the wool textile merchant, Phrasius, who was next to him. Phrasius was originally a cloth merchant from the island of Wyberia. After coming to Thurii to do business, he found that the wool of Dionia was not only of high quality, but also cheap and abundant, because of the two excellent pastures in Lucania and Bruttii. Therefore, he chose to settle down and become a citizen of Dionia. He began to change to wool textiles. By taking a loan from the Christoia Bank, abandoning the traditional model of a family workshop, and carrying out the meticulous management of large factories, his clothing factory quickly expanded rapidly. The wool blankets, luxurious wool gowns, and wool tunics were very popular with the people of Dionia and were exported to other inland city-states. Thus, he became a big merchant. Therefore, after hearing Calmades' words, he immediately retorted loudly, "Under the leadership of His Majesty the Devers, when has our army ever been defeated? It is not the attitude of a citizen of Dionia to look forward to the defeat of the king team." Facing the dissatisfied gazes of the others, Calmades hurriedly explained, I hope that the army will not be too careless, because I heard that Rome is a very powerful city-state. I heard that this expedition to Rome consists of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th Legio VI, as well as the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions. Sostatus interrupted him and said loudly, "This is an army of nearly 60,000 soldiers. Everyone, I remember that even the Battle of Crotone and the Battle of Brindisi, that is, during the conquest of Apulia by the Devers, there was never such a large number of soldiers sent out. No matter how powerful Rome is, how can it resist such a powerful army of Dionia?" Sostatus is right. This will be another great victory. No wonder you are so excited. It turns out that you already knew about this news. This time, you'll get a lot of cheap Latin slaves and make a fortune. What are the rest of you still hesitating for? With Dicboris adding fuel to the fire, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became lively. The merchants all expressed that they would personally follow the army of the King of Devers to Latin to open a new trading base for their own industries in central Italy. Amidst the noisy chatter, Forges's question made everyone turn their attention to Sostatus again. Guild leader, is it true that only the merchants from Tali will follow the army to raid him? Of course not. Sostatus looked a little helpless. And the merchants of Legem, because they have also donated a large amount of food to the kingdom for free. Sigh. Everyone sighed in frustration. At this time, Dio spoke. You do not have to worry. Latin has a vast territory and many city-states. Even with the addition of the merchants of Legem, there is still enough profit for us to earn. Moreover, the merchants of Legem are very different from us. Most of their merchants are engaged in transshipment trade, warehousing, and hotel services. This is due to the fact that Legem's land is barren and narrow, and its special geographical location near the most important trade route in the Mediterranean Sea. On the other hand, we rely on real goods to earn profits. There is not much conflict of interest between both parties. On the contrary, we can strengthen our cooperation. What Dio said makes sense. I heard that the city-states by the sea in the Latin region are backward in economy and have poor trade. Their ports are small and poor, and they can be handed over to the Legem people, who are the best at operating ports to expand and manage. My men and slaves can also stay in their hotels. With them in charge of transportation, it will save a lot of trouble. Sabanis' words made the gloomy expressions on the merchants' faces dissipate. In fact, the participation of the merchants of Legem did not affect most of the merchants of Turiai much, but there was still competition for a small number of people. For example, the transportation and transshipment trade of the fleet was in direct competition with Sostatus' main business. However, Sostatus was very broad-minded and confident. In fact, he had long set his eyes on the transshipment trade of the merchants of Legem. He wanted to strengthen and upgrade his own fleet through poaching and purchasing people, and expand the channels of external marketing. However, Legem was a free city in the past, and the merchants of Legem were monolithic. It was not easy to get close to them, now that the city had been completely annexed to the kingdom. And with the opportunity of this expedition, it was convenient for him to get close to the merchants of Legem. He believed that he would gain a lot. However, for the shipbuilder Micrus, the participation of the merchants of Legem would be a great pressure because he was facing competition from the in-laws of the king of Devers, Alcibiades. When Micrus' cousin Inanalus was the commander of the navy of Dionia, Alcibiades' shipyard was invited to enter Turiai by the king of Devers. Due to Inanalus' poor management, the quality of the warships and ordinary ships manufactured by the family shipyard had declined, so Alcibiades' shipyard had snatched a lot of the market share. Coupled with his fall, the shipbuilders and laborers of the family shipyard were even more panicked. As a result, many of them were poached by their competitors. When Micrus took over, the efficiency of his shipyard was not as good as before. Fortunately, he made up his mind and carried out strict management of the shipyard. He also actively improved the technology, greatly improving the quality of the ships and regaining some of the share of shipbuilding. However, it was far from being able to compete with Alcibiades' shipyard. At this time, the Ministry of Military Affairs also began to give orders to Micrus to build warships, and bluntly told him that it was the king's decree. As a result, others thought that Inanalus' family had been forgiven by the king of Devers, and they began to take the initiative to contact Micrus, causing the sales of the ships manufactured by him to soar. The family, which had decades of shipbuilding history in Turiai, was revitalized,